and gentlemen, we all know that we are moving on now. Earlier before, we had the representative of Lasepa giving us insights on the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. I'll now want to call upon a representative from Pecan who will give us an insight into Pecan as an association. It's my pleasure to invite PCO Ayodeji Faleye. You have just 5 minutes for your delivery.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much for the honor. My name is Oluleye Ayodeji. Fortune. Thank you. Okay. On behalf of the President of Pest Control Association of Nigeria, I say welcome to everyone. I'm the National Assistant General Secretary of Pest Control Association of Nigeria. And it gives me great pleasure to talk about Pecan today. You see, what we are doing today is history in the making. You know, history in the making, having our major regulator in the industry, Ehorcon, here today. And most of the operations, several of you here coming from Lagos. We know some of us came from outside Lagos, and we have Lasepa also, which is a state regulator here today. And we from the private sector that they regulate, we are here today to receive them. Why I said it's historic is because this is an industry that we believe has great future and has things to do with life of people. And the major challenges we face as industry practitioners, we need to begin to address them holistically, professionally, and begin to bring improvement to the industry. Pest Control Association for over 30 years. It was founded in 1989. In fact, we had our 30th anniversary November last year. We had a great event to commemorate that, which we tagged Malaria Control Through Effective Vector Management. That was the theme of that 30th anniversary. The building that we have today also houses the Pecan National Secretariat. That means this is the Secretariat of Pest Control Association of Nigeria. We are on the second floor. So anytime you need any inquiry about Pecan, you can always come in here Monday to Friday or call the Secretariat number. Somebody will be able to attend to you. How do you become a member of Pecan? We know we have this erroneous belief that to become a member of Pecan is a little bit complex and tedious. No. Anyone that has such belief, that means you don't know your onions yet. Pecan is a profession, in as much as an association of free will individuals, but it's a platform of professionals. And the ethics of the association is professionalism. To become a member of Pecan as it is today, you pay for your application form of 10,000 naira. 10,000 naira application form. This has been the standard for so many years. In fact, decades. It has not changed. When you pay for your application form of 10,000, you can either pay into the association account or you come to the secretariat. You will obtain your form. Hello. Certain materials will be required of you to fill. First on the list, your Corporate Affairs Commission. Pecan doesn't recognize individuals. Pecan deals with corporate entity. That means you have to be a business or you have to be a company. Then we want to see that you have your registered corporate affairs as a company or a business, and you have in your business, one of the requirements is pest control should be in your memorandum of association. Pest control, environmental health should be one of the services you offer, because it is not just a business for everybody on the streets. We want to be sure that you actually know what you are doing before you come into the industry, and you want to be a member of Pecan. Then after that, receipt of payment and every other document will be attached. We have a standing membership committee at Pecan, ably led by our highly esteemed former national president. For you to know how important membership is to Pecan, that committee is led by a former national president of Pecan. In fact, one of the people that founded Pecan in 1989, Elder Odubogun, is there seated. So everybody that become a member of Pecan is visited, meaning your office, your store will be visited. We want to see your knowledge of handling of chemicals. How do you do your chemical storage? How do you organize yourself? What is your knowledge about application of relevant chemicals in respect to pest control and public health? Then, relevant equipment and machines. How ready are you in this business? So these are the things Pecan is going to look for. That's why we can say we are thorough. We are not complex. You may, and in fact, if you fall short of your expectation while you are trying to become a member, they are not going to throw you away. They will give you recommendation. One of those recommendations is recommendation for training, such as this. Because every year, Pecan take it upon itself to organize training, capacity building training for all its members to ensure the capacity to be at par with international standard in pest control. Every day things change. The pest we are today, as at this time last year, nobody thought about COVID. Now, COVID has come into play. That means knowledge is key. Every day, new things are evolving, and we as professionals, we must be dynamic in our approach to the industry. So, when you meet all these requirements, a letter will be sent to you to perfect your document by paying your normal membership, accepting your membership, and you're a member of Pecan. Then you can wear the tie that I wear. You can see some of us here today, you see us wearing Pecan tie, you see us having certain insignias. That has to do with Pecan. These are things that we are proud of because we want to see, just as our father that I said here, founded this association 30 years ago. We want to see another association in the next 10, 50 years that will be stronger, bigger, and better, that we have all of us in there across all the state of the Federation. And that we know that quackery is brought to zero in the industry. If we keep encouraging quackery in this industry, in no future this time, there will be no industry for you to be proud of. And I know issue of quackery is one major issue that all of us are having, and that is why we have a people abuse chemicals. People abuse, and we are dealing with lives of people. So I welcome you on behalf of the president to this seminar today. Just be rest assured, we've been preparing all the way, weeks in, weeks out for you to have a fantastic experience today. And I assure you, you will have nothing short of fantastic. It will be fantastic. The facilitators are ready. The topic are well selected. And all the challenges we face on the field. I know the peculiarity of operating in Lagos. How challenges we face with the regulatory body. Okay? The regulators are here, right? That means they will tell us why are we facing such challenges. Why are we not having such a friendly environment to do our business the way we should? Right? So enjoy your time. Don't make it rowdy. When you ask to ask questions, please make it very easy. And let us have a knowledge-based seminar today. Thank you so very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, PCO Olaleye. We really appreciate you. We want to recognize the presence of these following individuals. Is a representative of the Permanent Secretary on Technical Matters, is the Assistant Director in that agency, in the person of Mrs. Temitope Bello. You're welcome. Mrs. Temitope Bello represents the Permanent Secretary on Technical Matters as a director, assistant director. We equally have Mrs. Monsurat Waharaz. Mrs. Monsurat Abdul Wariz, sorry for that, is a director in the Research and Development Department of Lasepa. You're welcome. Also, we have the Director of Human Resources in person of Mrs. Tunuke Adenle. The writing is funny. Oh, you're welcome. You're highly welcome. Those ones are the team from the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. So we had some intro from Lasepa, we had some intro from Pecan. We want to move us over now to Ehorcon. We want to call the Deputy Registrar in the person of Dr. Andy Uka to give us an insight into Ehorcon. Dr. Andy Uka.
Thank you. I want to appreciate everybody that is here. And at the same time, I want to respectfully stand on the existing protocol. On behalf of the registrar, who is on his way to be here, I want to say that Environmental Health Officers Registration Council was established by the Act of the Parliament of Nigeria, Act number 11 of 2002, to regulate everything about environmental health. So the work really started in 2004. And in 2008, as one of the mandates, we started registering corporate, which we call service providers, environmental health service providers. And today we have areas like pest control, which is one of the areas. We also have sewage control. We have cleaning services, waste management, and other areas where we register for the federal government of Nigeria. And also we have been discussing with states, because we have been having these problems even in Abuja there, how to work together with those people that the federal government has deemed it necessary to register, and not to be in maybe war with them, because most of them will come to us. We say, well, despite that we have registered with the federal government through Environmental Health Officer Registration Council, when you are going to a state, you are going to meet landlords there, you have to also meet up with their own demand. But the registration we are given is for the whole Nigeria. But when you get to the state and local government, you need to also comply with their requirements. But what we are seeing, like in Abuja where we are and where we are witnessing, is that most of the area councils, we just charge more than even the federal government have charged. Maybe for example, we charge 50,000 for pest control. When you get to area council or the state, they start charging 200. And at the same time, they are not allowing those people to practice. We are discussing with the people in Abuja on how we can make it happen. Another thing is that they can also pick one person and say, this is the person that will be taking care of pest control in the FCT. And those people they have registered as other private, once they get and do the work, they will term it to be illegal work. So we are on it. So this time around is not the time maybe we'll be going to court, as my registrar has said, but it's a time we have to meet as stakeholders to discuss on all these things. So we are also in other areas, just like maybe we organize exams. That's why our HOD exam is here. We do other things, register individual environmental health officers and other things. And I believe that by the time we finish our stakeholders discussion today, we are going to understand ourselves better. Let me stop here because my registrar is here. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Andy Uka. I want to announce the arrival of the Registrar of the Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria in person of Dr. Bala Mohammed. You are welcome, sir. No. Only one who see me. Sorry. Gentlemen, we are about to commence our seminar for today, but before I do that, I want to invite PCO Olakunle Williams to please come and have the seat. He is the current president of the Pest Control Association of Nigeria. You are highly welcome to this occasion. My president, you are welcome. Please have a seat over there. We equally want to recognize the presence of the director of Environmental Service Department of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment. Is in charge of the primary health care in the person of Sanitarian Shobande, but is here represented by Sanitarian Abdullahi. Please, let's recognize Sanitarian Abdullahi, who is representing the Director of Environmental Services in the Primary Health Center. Please, you have a place here, sir. We want to commence the program. We want to sing the Nigerian national item. We want to do that as we go through the events of today. So let's pay attention to the Nigerian national anthem and let's observe all protocols. Thank you all. You can all sit there. We want to commit this occasion to our Creator, Jehovah, and would like to invite Elder Shomoye Michael for the opening prayer. Elder Shomoye Michael, please.
Can we stand up? This is not man, but God in action. It is not man, but God in action. This is not man, this is not man, this is not man, but God in action. Father, we thank you. We adore you because you have granted us the privilege to meet here today. It is not by power, it is not by might, but because you are so wonderful. Those who travel far and near, they arrive here safely. No accident, no kidnapping, no problem whatsoever that we cancel today's program. We say, "Does Lord to your name in Jesus' name." Father, we want to start the program. You are the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending. Start with us right now and end with us in Jesus' name. We want to learn. We want to know what we never knew before. Teach us from above in the name of Jesus. After every of the program today, we shall have every cause to say, "Dr. Lord, your name in Jesus' name." And as many will travel back home to their respective destination, I pray it will be accident-free, problem-free, sorrow-free, regret-free, in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Holy Spirit. We shall praise you forevermore. In Jesus' wonderful name we pray. The MC, please.
Thank you so much. We equally have in our midst today the National President of the Environmental Health Officers of Nigeria, in person of Dr. Akingben. You can see him there, greeting the registrar. Well, you are welcome, sir. We equally have the State Chairman of the Environmental Health Officers of Nigeria, in the person of Sanitarian Awonuga Taiwo. Please come to the high table, sir. You are welcome, sir. We would like to commence in earnest the program of today. We are still expecting the General Manager Lasepa, in the person of Dr. Dolako Fashawe. She is to give us the welcome address. But in the interim, we would like to invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, who will help us out with the keynote address. So I would like to invite her to the podium here.
Good morning. The Registrar, Ehorcon, Dr. Yakub Baba Mohammed and his contingent. The Pecan President, PCO Williams, Sanitarian Dr. Akingben, and distinguished facilitators around. I'm here to represent the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services, Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, who is unavoidably absent due to a state program that is ongoing as we're here right now. She sends her greetings, she wishes everybody well, and she's commending everybody for all efforts put together to achieve this feat this day. So I'm going to go on by reading the goodwill messages prepared by the Permanent Secretary herself, so that you can hear what she has in mind. Goodwill message to the participants and organizers of the one-day proficiency seminar on integrated pest management and COVID-19 disinfection procedures by Lagos State Environmental Protection, delivered by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, Office of Environmental Services, on the 14th October 2020 at Pecan National Secretariat Hall, NUT Pavilion, Agidingbi, Alausa, Lagos. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be invited to participate at the one-day proficiency seminar on integrated pest management and COVID-19 disinfection procedures. On behalf of the state government, I must congratulate the organizers of this event for the theme, which in our view is very apt considering the magnitude of the public health challenge the world is currently facing, which is presently overstretching the entire healthcare workforce and the population of the world, causing untold casualties to the populace. As we all know, integrated pest control accommodates all modern procedures, steps, and knowledge required to curtail the spread of diseases within our spaces. It is therefore important to note that the synergy between the government and other stakeholders is of immense importance in bringing the scourge of COVID-19 under control. For this reason, the Lagos State government, through Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, we continue to ensure the proper application and usage of chemicals for its intended purposes in the state, continue to promote safe handling of disinfectants, decontaminants, and pesticides within the state. We also ensure adequate collaboration with all stakeholders with the aim of achieving a safe and healthy environment, as well as ease of doing business through active participation of the private sector and non-governmental agencies, and also ensure pathogen-free environment for the citizens of Lagos State. To sustain the COVID-19 guidelines as recommended by Mr. Governor, we implore each and every one of us that, as directed by the incidents commander, we should not just put it behind us, we should continue to follow the guidelines, we should observe the personal hygiene and ensure we're all safe at all points in time. We will remember that sometimes during the peak of COVID-19, that the Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Environment, embarked on aggressive disinfection of public spaces. And she's also using the opportunity to appreciate some Pecan members that joined and assisted the ministry in achieving that goal. Thank you very much. So while stakeholders and government officials are gathering today to brainstorm on the COVID-19 disinfection, I will employ and implore all practitioners in the field of pest control to continue to ensure professionalism in accordance with international best practices. Once again, I would like to congratulate Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Lasepa, Ehorcon, Pecan, and other stakeholders at this conference seminar, and wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. Greater Lagos is our collective effort.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your advice you give to the audience that we need to keep safe, particularly in this period of COVID-19. Once again, I say thank you, Matt. We want to move ahead. We want to listen to the opening address by the Registrar of Ehorcon in the person of Dr. Yakubu Baba Mohammed. Please, a round of applause for our Registrar.
Lagos State Waste Management Board, the National President of Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, the President, Pest Control Association of Nigeria, Pecan, the Deputy Registrar, Ehorcon, other heads of departments in the Ehorcon family, distinguished delegates, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. I want to start by first and foremost congratulating the Lagos State government for hosting this event. And I want to also appreciate the entire members of the pest and vector control family here, who, in collaboration with the council and the Lagos State Waste Management Agency, convey this important training. This is a history making itself. This is the first time that the regulators at the federal and the regulators in the states, and also those that are constitutionally having the responsibility at the local government, and the practitioners are coming together to interface. And I believe this opportunity that is beginning in Lagos State, is an eye-opener to the practitioners, the regulators, and also those that are in the authority of government. Let me start by also appreciating the distinguished practitioners that are here. We are here to interface. We are here to share experience. We are here also to share skills. We are here to share knowledge. Our coming here is for us to interface and exchange ideas. We are not here to do a basic training, because all of us are coming to this place with something to offer, because I believe those that are at the regulatory segment of the practice are going to give their knowledge on how best they think the pest control services will be regulated in Nigeria. While the state government under Lasepa is going to tell us the chemicals that are approved within Lagos State for the job we are doing in the community. While the Environmental Health Authority in the local government, they will tell us how you can operate peacefully and coexist peacefully within the local government authority that you are practicing. The opportunity here is going to be an opportunity to better the practice of pest control management in Nigeria, because this is history making itself. We as the regulators, we are coming here to also give the enabling environment by protecting those that we are regulating, both in personal practice and also in the corporate practice. I want to also encourage all of you here to be open-minded and also be proactive and also contribute meaningfully so that at the end of this interface, all of us will have a cause to give glory to God that we are here. Like what I mentioned earlier, this is the first time in history that the corporate practitioners, the regulators, and also those that you need to operate within their authority are here. So it will give us the opportunity to have a good interface. And I believe at the end of this symposium, we can be able to come up with something that will pass the test of time. And it is also my belief, after this interface, we will change the narration and also change the face of practice of pest and vector control in Nigeria. I wish you a good interface, and I believe at the end of the day, we can be able to have a resolution that will be for the benefit of mankind and also for the benefit of humanity. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, our registrar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Baba Mohammed. We really appreciate that encouragement speech. We want to pay attention to the Pecan president and the person of PCO Olakunle Williams. For 5 minutes, he's going to give us a short address.
Pecan. 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 Thank you very much. I want to use this opportunity to welcome all of you. I thank you so much for making time here. I need to go a little bit out of my speech to appreciate all that have made it here, even with the ongoing turbulence around Lagos. Thank you very much. As God has watched over you to get here, I pray that as you go back to your different destinations, He would also have His protection over you. You're very welcome. Yes, first and foremost, I'd like to register my sincere appreciation to the leaderships of Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria, in the person of my very good brother and newly found friend, Dr. Yakubu Baba Mohammed, Registrar Ehorcon. And I emphasize the word Registrar Ehorcon, by the grace of God. Also, I wish to appreciate the General Manager of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, in the person of Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, also a wonderful sister of mine. She's almost here. She's walking right now, I can assure you. She's walking down all the road from Alausa to this place because her vehicle was stuck in the toll gate trap. I can even see her. She's there. Please, a round of applause for the GM Lasepa. She's there. All right. She'll join us shortly. I cannot also gloss over the importance of our our colleagues, the members of Ehoan, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, who we have all partnered with in this race of having a very good and sanitized environment. Nigeria, please join me in appreciating the national president of Ehoan, Dr. Samuel Akigben, who is a personal friend and brother of mine for years. I appreciate your friendship and I appreciate your support to our association. Thank you very much. Also seated is the state chairman of Ehoan, Lagos. Very soon he will be a doctor too, because everybody's a doctor in here. In fact, I'm going to be a doctor too one of these days. S.A.N. Taiwo Awonuga, the chairman, fantastic man. Anytime we have troubles, that's the person I'll go to run. I run to meet in Lagos State. Thank you very much. Thanks for your support over the years. God bless you. So without much ado, the reason why I'm thanking these people is that they have made it possible for all of us to be here. The cooperation between us, this is the first of its kind, by the grace of God, would make Nigeria and other states a more sanitized environment in the area of pest control, by the grace of God. This is just the beginning of greater things to come. So thank you very much for making this happen, and may God bless you. May I also reiterate that this event is targeted towards increasing awareness, to train and retrain, to integrate the quality of service that will conform to international standards, to sensitizing and empowering attendees with required information regarding integrated pest management and COVID-19 disinfection procedures, among others. Yes, well, that is our chief host in Lagos State, the GM of Lasepa, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe. Please, a round of applause for her. She has crossed many rivers and mountains and surmounted a lot of road blockages to be here. Thank you very much, madam. Yes, it is a collaboration of three bodies coming together to sensitize the public on issues of common interest. Without mincing word, the thoughtfulness and efforts of these three bodies deserve a meritorious commendation, especially in this period of prevailing circumstances of COVID-19. Although the practice of pest control didn't just start with the advent of COVID-19, the truth is that majority of our citizens began to appreciate the need for pest management and sanitation in the face of the pandemic. As of today, Pest Control Association of Nigeria is the only recognized private sector organization. It's an umbrella body for pest control operators across the country. And we're still looking forward to cooperating with some other sectors that are coming up so that we can all be under one big umbrella, under our almighty Ehorcon. Pecan has been established for over 30 years. We had our 30th anniversary last year. A lot of you will be surprised about that. We had our 30th anniversary last year whereby awards were given. The Lagos State government was recognized and a lot of other reputable individuals in society were recognized. We put a lot of emphasis on malaria control at that 30th anniversary. So let us not forget, with the COVID, we still have the scourge of malaria really ravaging through our communities. Part of the commendable efforts of Pecan are we've been interfacing with the local governments all over the country. We've had issues here and there, and I'm sure this gathering will be one of the steps into resolving those issues. And we thank God for our regulators for bringing that to bear. Thank you very much once again. Without much ado and without taking your time, we want to reiterate the fact that there are quite a number of you that are still practicing pest management and you're on your own. This is an opportunity for you to come closer home and join those experiences. We have people, I can see Babo Gunyadeka there. That's the immediate past president of the Pest Control Association of Nigeria. Please rise up for recognition. Please a round of applause for him. These are people that have been practicing pest control in this country for over 30 years, at least that I know of, so that I couldn't say what has happened before I was born. You know, but you can have those kind of people that with experience that you can always relate to. So I call on you all to please sit back and let the experts show us how and which way is best to go about this COVID-19 procedures, which is a mandatory thing now. Not only pest control consultants can carry out disinfection. We want to make sure that if you have to do that, you should have a little bit of knowledge on how and how not to go about. So thank you very much and welcome, and please do enjoy the seminar. Thank you.
We want to thank you, the National President, Pest Control Association of Nigeria. We equally enjoy your presidency, and I believe your presidency will continue to give us this kind of forum where we enjoy stimulated instructions and interaction with all the stakeholders. We want to take a few steps backward as we want to recognize the presence of the General Manager of Lasepa in the person of Dr. Mrs. Dolapo Fashawe. She is going to give us the welcome address for this occasion. You are welcome.
Good morning, all. Before protocol, I must apologize for coming late. I'm coming from the island. I crossed many go-slows and waters, and finally I had to walk through NSAS. I couldn't resist just stopping for a second. Not on camera, thank you. And I got an Okada, and I'm here now. I'm very happy to be here. So the children are out there, and I hope very soon we will reflect and be serious about where the kind of Nigeria we want to leave behind for our children and their children. Again, I apologize for being late. I want to recognize the Registrar of Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria, Dr. Yakubu Baba Mohammed and his contingent. I also recognize Environmental Health Ehoan, that will be Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, the president of Ehoan. You're welcome here. All our facilitators, all government officials and dignitaries here, both from the federal government and the state government, every operator who is here, who works in the space of safety, and my colleagues from Lasepa, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I feel highly honored to be hosting an event that is the first of its kind in the history of Lagos State and indeed Nigeria. Lasepa has tried to position itself as a leading environmental protection agency in this country. And when we have collaborations with bodies like Environmental Health Officers Regulatory Association of Nigeria or Environmental Health Officers Practitioners Association of Nigeria, and we have Pecan, we have scientists, we have people who deal with knowledge, not with training or looking. When we have them gathered together, we can know that we mean business in Lagos State. And when the governor wrote out his themes, his plan, his focus and his agenda for the states, he did emphasize on health and environment. Fortunately, one leg in, one leg out. As a public health practitioner, I'm also an environmental health officer. And as GM of Lasepa, I find myself dealing with pest control, pesticides, and the association. So indeed, this is a very big and epoch history-making event. And it becomes more necessary because we're dealing with Corona. And the stage at which we are now, we are acting like, well, it has come to stay. It cannot come and stay. Corona kills. People are dying all over the world every day. And scientists like you and I have started thinking of different ways to curb the spread of Corona. Nowadays, they are looking at disinfection, decontamination, full, proper disinfection. And it is helping, at least in the health space, even in our homes. So we're all relevant in this fight. The number one organization that represents the interests and needs of practitioners of biological and environmental safety worldwide, that's the Global Biosafety Advisory Council, and indeed the Center for Disease Control. They are rolling out every day new protocols and strategy to combat different diseases. I can tell you that insecticide activities helped curb the scourge of malaria in Nigeria. Residual spraying, indoor spraying, even using mechanical barriers. So doctors are starting to look into the environment. How do we make this environment more conducive for human beings and for animals? That is why we are all enjoined, and I appeal to us to constantly aim to increase our knowledge. Let us know what is happening outside here. Where are environmental health officers rated outside here? Yesterday, I was talking to one of the young men protesting out there, and he said his uncle is a policeman, and they grew up knowing him as wretched and poor. And I said to him that in developed countries, a policeman is a badge of honor. Their children go to school to study to be firemen. An environmental health officer is big in Center for Disease Control because we know that from the grassroots, basics, primary health care is the future of medicine or the future of any country that means business. We are determined as an agency to ensure proper regulation of pest control activities in order to safeguard the health of the people as well as ensure sustainable practices which will not impact negatively on the environment. We need these trainings. And a token is not too much to use to increase our knowledge base. And also, Lasepa is looking at a Lagos where the quacks who just carry buffers and spray anything are pushed out of the system. And how do we push them out? We have to separate ourselves from them. It is trainings like this and certifications like this that help us separate the real business from the quacks. So I thank you all for coming. And I want to recognize the work done by Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria in the regulation of pest control sector over the years. Like I said, I have interacted with some of them when I was in public health, and I know the role they played in residual spraying when we were trying to eradicate malaria. Now I'm in environment, and they are very crucial to helping us build the environment we dream of. So I thank Ehorcon. I also want to appreciate the role played by Pecan in ensuring that they serve as a platform for pest control operators to air their opinions and use them as a microphone to get to the regulators. The truth is, in the past couple of months, we have gotten complaints through Pecan on how the local government is dealing with some of us and making business difficult for us. That is not the Lagos that Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu is looking at. That is not the Lagos that our commissioner, Mr. Tunji Bello, is looking at. And that is not the Lagos that is bound and programmed by law. What the law says is what will eventually take its course. We should not be afraid. We should not be bullied into double taxation. That is an issue that Lasepa is taking on with the Ministry of Local Governments. And because we're a government that makes rules, we have to obey our rules. So in little or no time, I believe that problem will be solved. But let your complaints continue to come in. There's power in strength. There's power in strength. Go through Pecan, go through the other associations, go through Ehorcon, go to Ehoan, and our voices will be heard. I congratulate all of us on the achievement of making this day possible, especially somebody I stored on my phone as Pecan, Mr. Kunle. Up to this time yesterday, I was telling him that, are we not going to postpone this thing? He was so determined. He was in my dream and prayer and my sleep. In fact, he woke me up at 6 a.m. this morning. So I congratulate him. And indeed, I'm very impressed that we all went through what we had to go through to be here. Honestly, I did not think the hall would be half full. My colleague, Dr. Sanuth, you're welcome. I didn't think the hall would be half full. It also shows that scientists are serious-minded people. When we have an objective, we go for it. I have no doubt that the objective of this training will be achieved. After my director, Mr. Motosho, who has done a very good job in making this a success, came to me and we discussed. I decided to just read a little more about what we're doing here today. So when they say a pest is an animal or plant which has a harmful effect on the environment, it has a harmful effect on humans, the food we eat, the air we breathe, and just our general living condition. In simple English, a pest is someone who is very annoying, irritating. You just can't live with a pest. It then means that pest control is a very serious business. When we are dealing with irritants, things that can kill us, things that can make us sick, things that can pollute the environment we live in, both plants and animals, pest control then becomes a very serious business. So the regulation or management of a species, all those people defined as a pest, is what pest control is about. It doesn't matter how we do it, either by expulsion, repulsion, mixing chemical, physical removal, or by making laws and regulating the activities. We are all pest control officers, and it is serious business. At this end, I wish us all a successful seminar, and it's a Siwaju Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe wa ni. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, our GM. We really thank you for that lovely welcome speech you gave through. But before you came in, some of our attendants are being agitated by the force outside the business, taxations and local government. In fact, I've been asking questions before you came in. But you made a comment now that we should not be what? Bullied by them. We thank you for that clarification. And I believe that very soon we have a fine synergy, both with Lasepa, the environmental health professionals, the local government, the states, and all those who are stakeholders in this business. With your support, the sky is not the limit, but the beginning of fast progress. Thank you so much again. Now, we want to go to the meaty part of our coming here today. But before we do that, I want to recognize the presence of our past president of Pecan, in the person of PCO Kayode Odubogun, is one of the past presidents of the Pest Control Association of Nigeria. Please stand, let's recognize you. We equally have the immediate past president, the person that handed the banner over to PCO Olakunle Williams, in the person of PCO Ayo Ogun Yadeka. You are welcome, sir. Now, we want to go to the first module of our seminar. I know we all know the theme of that module. It is tagged Roles of Regulatory Bodies in Pest Control Business in Nigeria / COVID-19 Decontamination Procedure. And to handle that, I would like to call upon our amiable speaker, our amiable lecturer, our amiable facilitator, in the person of Sanitarian Isa Adamu Leo. Sanitarian Isa Adamu is on his way. You are welcome, sir. Sanitarian Isa Adamu is an astute, licensed environmental health officers with proven track record of professional competencies and achievement. His experiences spanning nearly 3 decades at local government, at the implementation levels, and at the federal government, where he facilitates policies and regulation. All these have been combined to give the accomplished sanitarian an edge in professional and administrative spheres within Nigeria and beyond. He cubed the requisite academic attainment ISA had made its footprint on sands of environmental health practice in Nigeria. Its area of interest, majorly comprising housing health, environmental health management information systems, environmental health advocacy and capacity development, and environmental health governance and communication. I introduce to you Sanitarian Isa Adamu. He is going to give the first module of this symposium. You are welcome, sir.
The registrar, my able registrar, CEO of Ehorcon, the national president of Ehoan, the president of Pecan, the general manager, Lasepa, and every other dignitary that is here, and pest control operators of Nigeria. Good morning. It's delighting to stand before you to talk on this very auspicious and timely topic. It is my belief that COVID-19, even though it's disastrous for humankind, but then it has also opened up a lot of space, a lot of opportunities and gains by a very few, if not a significant population within the earth. And very importantly, linked to this is the collaborative effort that is being put and which has led to our gathering here. It would be unthinkable, maybe in 2019 or even earlier, for this event to hold with this tripartite arrangement. But lo and behold, we are here due to the opportunities given to us by COVID-19, where everybody is thinking about coming together to pursue the common enemy, the unseen enemy. And I give kudos for this outing today, which is a very big collaboration. And borrowing from hindsight, we have seen where the Federal Ministry of Environment, which is our supervisory ministry, was able to forge and foster collaboration with ministries of Interior and Health Education, all in the name of combating this deadly virus. So this is a great feat that we have achieved, which wouldn't have been there if COVID-19 were not with us. So on that note, I want to discuss the roles of regulatory bodies and COVID-19 disinfection or decontamination, as the case may be. I don't know why PCO Kule Williams decided to give this twin topic modeled up in one, because each one of them, of course, would have to take a minimum of 60 minutes to deliver. But he has combined them for me to deliver, and he's giving me instruction that it is only for 30 minutes. In any case, I've made efforts to really streamline and reduce the quantum and even the scope of the discourse today. So the slides, please. Yep. When you talk about regulation, regulation doesn't come just from the moon or a happenstance activity. It comes from a source. And what is that source? Is the regulatory agency. And conventional definition, even though there are numerous, shows that a regulatory agency is a government agency responsible for exercising autonomous authority over some human activity in a supervisory capacity. So wherever you have a supervisory capacity, that role is being played by a regulatory body. And why? is for the purposes of enforcing safety standards to protect consumers where there is a lack of effective competition or the potential for the undue exercise of market power. I heard the GM say that this effort will see to an end to quackery, and that is exactly why we have regulatory purviews as being exercised, especially in this professional regulatory area. Next. So, even though there are wide arrays of functions, but if you delineate them, you'll be able to have a handful that will be representational all of the rest. It defines criteria for registration and certification. As we're having today, we register environmental health service providers in a number of areas with specific interests. We register in these firms in public health, pest control, who are all gathered here. So, and the regulatory agencies provide guidance to members in the profession in terms of code of ethics, professional conduct, practice, monitoring and compliance, and including very, very importantly, education, as we are witnessing today. So this is a very key activity as far as regulatory powers of an agency responsible for regulation is concerned. Then an agency in that capacity also maintains a register where you have information concerning the professional practitioners that are regulated under that authority. It also goes about investigating complaints, like the GM has said. So these complaints, if you approach us as a regulatory body, we are going to delve into that and see that appropriate measures are taken to address your concerns. As far as pest control is concerned, at the national level, there are these are the regulatory bodies, even though some are passive. While the major one, which is the most active, is Ehorcon. But the other three agencies have one form of regulatory authority over pest control, as we will see. The National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, known as NESRIA, NAFDAC, SON, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. I believe not many here are aware of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Council. Abi? It appears new and strange to some. Is yours sincerely Consumer Protection Council of old. It was changed in 2018. Then, of course, we have Ehorcon. Next. NESRIA is responsible for enforcing legislation, all the legislation regarding safe use of pesticides and disposal of spent packages. So whenever you do your activity as a pest control operator, NESRIA will be interested in seeing how you dispose of the byproducts or the unwanted materials at the end of the day. Then it also has regulatory powers over importation, exportation, production, storage, handling, and disposal of hazardous chemicals, as this our profession of pest control deals with on a daily basis. Yes. It has a regulation which is issued in 2018, specifically dwelling on pest control, that no pesticides shall be manufactured, formulated, imported, exported, advertised, sold, distributed, or used in Nigeria, unless it has been registered in accordance with the provisions of these regulations. You can see that NESRIA has a lot of work regarding our business activity. For SON, you know that everything under the roof in Nigeria, SON has a hand. It ensures evaluation of quality assurance activities, including certification systems, products, laboratories throughout Nigeria. If I see Macho product today, I will ask whether SON has registered that product or not. If it is not registered by NAFDAC, that means Masho has questions to answer. Then it compiles inventory of products in Nigeria requiring certification. And then it goes ahead to issue such certification of National Industrial Standards. That's the NIS. Next. For FCCPC, that's the Old Consumer Protection Council, it is there to protect every consumer. Those of us that are here and those outside, we are all consumers of our services and products one way or the other, even though we are largely rendering the services. So it does quality assessment of products. It takes samples for analysis. So it can come to an area where you must have treated as a pest control operator. And SON will be interested in taking samples to see whether your treatment has complied to established standards and protocols. It also makes way for adoption of appropriate measures to guarantee that goods and services are safe. We are a service provider here. So all our services that we render, FCCPC is interested in knowing the efficacy of the services we are rendering, whether it is effective, whether the ingredients or the formulations we use are efficacious, and they do not constitute any harm to the health of man and to the environment as well. It ensures that all of us here who are service providers comply with local and international standards of quality and safe service delivery. So that is why it is very important that whenever we are having a task concerning any activity of pest control, we must have at the back of our mind that FCCPC and others are watching. So for Ehorcon, as the frontline regulator in this specialized area, we have the vision to position environmental health as the fulcrum of public health, and we know that public health pest control is one of the cardinal focus of the environmental health profession globally. And we set out to improve standards in training and practice, thereby adding value to environmental health services, including pest control. We have 4 mandates as enshrined in Act 11 of 2002, which established us. First is to determine what standards of knowledge and skill are to be attained by persons seeking to become members of this profession. As we have an array of membership that is cosmopolitan, we look at the needs of each of the segments. So we determine what knowledge you as pest control operators require in order for you to carry on with your professional practice without any undue disadvantage on the health of man and the environment. And then we scale in accordance with the provisions of this act, the establishment and maintenance of register. All of you who are registered with us, we have a register where we keep your records. If there is any need for consultation with that register, peradventure there is any complaint or there are issues surrounding your practice, we're able to trace. If investigative activities show that there is a breach of the professional code of ethics, so sanctions can now follow as appropriate. And this register is used by service off-takers to see which company and which are actually in compliance with the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then we also conduct examinations in the profession and award certificates. Even though we are just dwelling solely, as far as this mandate is concerned, on the individual practitioners for now, but we are gradually inching towards bringing the corporate practitioners into the fold as far as this item 3 of our mandates are concerned. Then performing other functions conferred on the council by this act, perhaps the registrar in his own wisdom is hiding under this last omnibus provision to have this collaboration fostered for the safety of Nigerians and for the improvement of our practice as PCOs. We, as part of our numerous functions, carry out registration and licensing, like I said, of individual and then corporate practitioners. You are expected, after being registered, to be obtaining your practice license every 2 years. So that is the expectation on every one of you that is here. Then for professional standard setting, we look at ethical issues and then give out rules and regulations in order for us to conform with the ethics of the profession. And how do we go about doing that? We embark on practice monitoring. We've been making arrangements since last time. We had a workshop in Abuja where we are developing the tools that will enable us do this compliance monitoring in a digital manner and in a manner that it will not constitute encumbrances to you and us. And then we set out for compliance by way of seeking for redress in courts where necessary, for apprehension and what have you. All these are within our regulatory functions. And then this is somehow a forgotten policy, but it is meant for us in this hall to look at what is really content in that policy. It's a very good policy document, but we are not paying so much attention to. It gives institutional roles to all the stakeholders as far as the 3 tiers of government are concerned. The respective ministries, departments, and agencies at federal, state, and even at the local government. Then, of course, you, very important sector of the profession, the private sector. You are the ones that are called EHSPs, Environmental Health Service Providers. And then the public through the mutual work of CSOs, CBOs, and etc. And the policy has provision as a guideline for pest and vector control. How do you go about establishing your outfit and how do you get it updated? And it is also very particular about health and safety, especially with regards to use of pesticides. Next. And following that is a subsidiary legislation, which is called the National Environmental Health Practice Regulation. As we all know, is a delegated responsibility that is given by the National Assembly to the executive arm to do laws in form of regulation. And these regulations have the effects of statutes and laws. They are deemed to have been passed by Parliament, and that is why they are called delegated or subsidiary legislations. And as a regulator, we have this, which was issued by the Honorable Minister of Environment, first in 2007, and then the most recent one was issued in 2006. It is divided into 8-9 parts, but the part that concerns us today is that which talks about public health pest control. It talks about procedure for registration, the minimum requirement expected of any operator seeking to be registered with the council as a professional, and then the licensing requirement. It is also incumbent on registered service providers based on that regulation to obtain operational permits from a local government where the firm practices. But like I have heard, there are issues around that which the council with Pecan has been trying to really resolve and address once and for all, so that we can have a seamless operation and we can be on the same page. It recognizes the functions of NAFDAC in the sense that through that our compliance monitoring, we will be looking at what formulations you are using in the field to see and determine whether they are compliant to NAFDAC regulations or not. And it is very important, we are coming to that as well, registering and licensing of pesticides sellers. You have all manners of people selling one form of pesticides in the marketplaces, on the streets, and even on their shoulders. So we are going into that as well to get it regulated so that we will save our nation from the predicament. And Regulation 79 talks about where somebody breaches the provisions of the regulations. They are likely on conviction by a competent court of jurisdiction to be fined to 50,000 naira for individual offenders and then 250,000 naira for corporate offenders. And it may also lead to 6 months imprisonment of the managing director, chairman, executive director, CEO of any pest control business outfits. So that means if you are not registered or you don't have your license, this sanction awaits you. Let me see in this hall who, if I were to be a court today, I will give them this sentence. Don't be ashamed. Nobody? The people here? Nobody? If I were a high court judge, I would sanction based on this regulation. So thank you very much for affirming that all of you have complied to the regulations by registering and obtaining your operational license. Next. Next. Yes, all we are here today is all about one thing. All our businesses, all the investments, all the knowledge we are seeking, all the troubles we are taking is just for what? Disease control. If you take away disease control, we have no business being here. True or false? So we can see that even though we refer to ourselves as being in the environment sector, but we are working for the health sector, because the health sector cannot thrive if the environment sector doesn't function well. So we are both environment sector operators as well as health sector operators. That is the import of this. You have 1, 2, 3 major principles of disease control. The first is bioexclusion, which aims at vector control, and that is what we are doing. So by controlling our disease vectors, we are excluding them from the environment so that they will not cause harm, injury, or disease to us. Immunization, agent neutralization, modification, all those ones are part of exclusion. And then we are doing surveillance to diagnose, to do contact tracing, which we are only making, we are being made to further be aware of the importance of contact tracing. But it has been on for very many years since public health has come to be. It's a very important aspect of disease control. Then reporting and documentation is another segment of surveillance. Then biocontainment. For biocontainment, we are trying to see how we can disarm, so to speak, using this very layman's language. Disarm all the organisms that are a threat to us. How? By having intervention in order to interrupt transmission. Because once you interrupt transmission from an agent of disease to a host, and then to a susceptible host, that means you have eliminated the potential of disease occurrence, which is very key. Then quarantine. We have been quarantined for 3-5 months, Abi, in this country. And it's a measure of biocontainment, because by the time you quarantine, we all say that the COVID-19 virus, COVID-19 doesn't move, but rather we move it. So if we are restrained and restricted from movement, That means we are containing the movement of the virus and its eventual spread to other non-infected persons, surfaces, and materials. Then we have treatment of infected cases as a major principle of disease control. And then very, very importantly, disinfection. It has been there, but very unfortunately, very few people are aware of disinfection if it were not for COVID-19, except for health facilities, clinics, general hospitals, teaching hospitals. That's why you see mostly disinfection being done. Then a few of our foreign missions here in Nigeria. But today, disinfection and decontamination have become highly popularized, and it is a money-spending business. Then why do we decontaminate? Even though we have seen it is part of the principles of disease control. We need to contain natural biological agents, corona, SARS, blah, blah. And biological warfare agents, we're all aware of biological warfare agents where some laboratory prepared biological agents are sent to people with a view to getting them infected. We have had numerous stories about plague, anthrax, stuff like that. Thank God we are not hearing so much of that. But maybe in the last 2 years or so, there was a claim that one superpower country had attacked a minor country with some biological weapons. This is what we are talking about. Then for pesticides, herbicides, and similar substances, this shows that it is not only for microbial purposes that we decontaminate or disinfect, but where you have pesticides contamination, you can come and do your decontamination. Like where you have the Fukushima nuclear reactor collapse, there was a series of decontamination and disinfection that was done. Next. What is critical as we set out to do our decontamination? It is very important for us to know that if, like we'll see in a subsequent slide, if we don't observe the hierarchical order of decontamination and disinfection, at the end of the day, we may not be achieving the purpose. First, we must all endeavor to ensure that we carry along cleaning as a very integral and critical aspect of decontamination, because if you don't clean, you just apply your substances or formulation, then you are not decontaminating. And this cleaning must be followed procedurally, and it must be timely based on routine or incidental needs. The procedures for disinfecting after an event, there could be an event. Maybe we witness a COVID-19 positive person here, God forbid, is just an example. So if that is established, we may feel that there is need because of the presence of that person or persons here to decontaminate and disinfect this place. That is based on need. Then we must also consider appropriate personnel protective equipment, because if you don't protect your workers, it means you are exposing them. Instead of them to help contain diseases, they are being exposed to disease conditions. It is very important and critical to have adequate training for both the operator, their staff, and any other relevant person. Next. So before you set out to consider, or rather to go buying or procuring your disinfecting agents, these are the basic things that you need to check. First and foremost, how safe is it, are the active ingredients? Many a times people use formulation, but they don't give consideration to the active ingredients. And it is the active ingredient that is the stuff, not the trade name. So we must always be conscious to read the MSDS, Material Safety Data Sheet, in order for us to know the active ingredients of any formulation we venture to use. Otherwise, we'll not be able to manage the crisis resulting therefrom in case of any problem. Then, is it environmentally safe? If it is not safe, don't go for it. What is the spectrum of microbicidal activity? If you are taking any formulation, if it is just for bacteria, you know that it is not as good as one that will treat both bacteria, fungi, and virus. So broad spectrum is the best. What are the transport and storage facilities do you have? Can you control the inventory? These are issues that we must always be conscious about. What about the directions for use? We have this notion that small disease not a kill black man. And we go about using products haphazardly without adhering to the instructions of the manufacturer. Speed of activity. At what speed are you going to do it? Is it that you want to treat this place in 10 minutes when you are supposed to treat this place maybe in an hour's time or 2 hours, depending on the protocol you are applying? Then for volatile organic chemicals, what is the content of VOCs in that your formulation? These are issues. Like I said, the contamination has a pyramid. The base is very broad, which implies that you have to do a lot of work there, because the broader the So unless you reach sterilization, then your activity will not have been deemed to be successful. And the ministry, with the advice of the registrar, is working towards having tools that will help us monitor your activity as far as the contamination is concerned, such that when you finish treating this place, we'll come and subject it to test and see what is the level of contamination prior and post treatment, pre and post treatment. We are going into that very shortly. So the next slide is what? Just tell me. Pre-disinfection cleaning. I'm making emphasis on it. You have to do cleaning pre-treatment. If you don't do cleaning, it's a big problem. Maybe I should skip that because of time. Next. Okay. The disinfection has 4 or 5 types. You have the incidental disinfection, where an event occurs. You are invited to come and disinfect. You have the routine disinfection, which you do from time to time based on the needs of your client. And it is recommended that at least on a weekly basis, monthly basis, quarterly basis, we must be able to disinfect and decontaminate premises depending on the nature of activity and the volume of traffic that abounds there. And post-event preventive disinfection, that could be done on a yearly basis, that you are just preventing, so that it will be a basic of your intervention. Next. Then disinfectants, we have over 200 disinfectants in the market today, and more are coming because of the opportunity COVID-19 has brought to us. New products are emerging. So, but largely, and the most widely used and acceptable ones are these hydrogen peroxide-based disinfectants, which have suffocants and additives, which is cleared by WHO. Ethanol is also being widely used. Sanitizing sodium dichlorocyanurate, which you use in the contamination in Abuja and even in Lagos here. And then we have hypochlorite for sodium and calcium, which is widely used by US Air Force. And then lately we are having water-based solutions, which are just coating agents like zoonosides, which is very effective, which when you treat a premises with, you are guaranteed of 28 days efficacy. That's what zoonoside gives you. Next. And then tests have been recorded to see the efficacy of various antimicrobial agents, otherwise known as disinfectants. Ethanol at 70% concentration deals with HCOV 229E. Is a strain of COVID-19. You know, COVID-19 has subfamily and a number of strains. So these are the coronavirus strains that have been tested against hypochlorite and ethanol. Next. Equipment, very important, very, very important. Like I said, just like the formulations, the equipment, more and more are coming into the market. I will not be surprised if a new product is already on the market as we speak, because the horizon is very broad and people are taking advantage of that, and they are manufacturing equipment day in, day out. But we have these as the basic ones that are universally utilized, even in country here. Aerial spray, even though it's not as popular, where you use unmanned aviation vehicles to spray. Electrostatic sprayer, they are in various forms and types, very many. Some are even as small as this device here. Very small, but very effective. The ULV sprayers are very key. But the most important thing is for you to know what type of intervention you are rendering. For us, as a standard, we make a combination. We come in as a sweep group, we divide our teams. They come in, first do the cleaning and move. Then the second team comes in with their heavy-duty fogger or pressurized sprayer. They spray and move. And then the third party comes in with a ULV and finish the job. So depending on which part of this series that I have mentioned that you want to venture into, and depending on the size of the area you are covering, whether it is outdoor or indoor, you make your choice based on those considerations among these and numerous others. Next. And it is very important for safety procedure. Disease confirmation, movement control, all these must be put into consideration. Quarantine, surveillance, security measures, and crowd control. So many times we see people come into the vicinity of a decontamination exercise. That is bad. If you don't cordon off the place, you are exposing people to danger. I remember we went to an agency. Despite all the information that we reeled out to people, evacuate, evacuate, a certain director was hauled up in his office. And as we brought, sorry, I forgot the fourth, as we brought our cold fogger to finish up the job, the man was there in the office. And smoke was everywhere. He was just struggling, barely able to, he's not visualizing anything in any case. But people had evacuated. He just remembered something and went back to pick it. And we started dusting. So the contamination surface should be the disinfectant should be applied to the surface in accordance with site-specific plan. We will see the plans, observe product label instruction, ensure adequate contact time as specified on the disinfectant label, because we have to take time to read the MSDS so that we'll be able to come up with the contact time. Next, something that we don't do. We are just called upon, please come and disinfect and decontaminate our premises. And we just carry our equipment and formulation. We just start. That is unethical. It is unethical. You have to follow it sequentially. First, you go and do pre-treatment assessment to familiarize yourselves with the premises. What is the nature of people inhabiting? What business are they carrying? What are the various confined spaces in that premises? You should be able to do an analysis, take 2-3 hours to do a thorough assessment, and taking notes, documenting everything, such that you will use this your pre-assessment results to plan your decontamination activity. It is there when you have the slides, you look at the details. Next. So from this pre-assessment, pre-treatment assessment, you come up with your disinfection plan, which will now take consideration of all the factors that you must have taken note of, and then do a design, review it, set up the premises, go and do the cordoning up, inform people, this is the plan, this is how to do it, this is the start time, this is the end time, this is how we are going. We are starting from the top down, from the right to the left, from rear to the front. All these need to be known by the premises owner and occupants. And then, very important, you have to use it. Sorry, you have to determine the equipment needs, your personnel needs, right from the assessment results. And then you have to plan for the disposal of the spent formulations, the packages, and what have you. Even the washing of the equipment, you have to know what volume of solution that you will use to wash, and then what level of effluent are you expecting, so that you will be able to calculate and make adequate arrangement for the final disposal. Next, and then you plan for your certification as well. It is very important for supervision to be effective. Otherwise, there will be problems. So effective supervision will ensure safety of men and machine. Oftentimes, we are somehow concerned about safety of men, but that of machine, we are not bothered. You see that when you finish operation, you just go empty the remaining formulation and just keep waiting for the next call. Otherwise, you are supposed to clean it, dry it, and keep it safe so that it will be useful for you the next time. And you must be able to work within plan. If you don't plan well, you will not be able to do your work very well. And anything outside of your plan, you should just leave it for another time, because that will set you off track. Personnel welfare, planning the sites, all of that are effective supervision will bring about this. Next. Are you sure? Yeah? Maybe you don't chop some slides. So thank you very much for your time.
We want to appreciate you, sir, but we might need to answer some questions on what you just delivered, because we have off-site that we want to throw in some questions, and those calling the audience too. So we have opportunity for just 3 questions, 1 on-site and 2 off-site. So while we are waiting for that question to come up, I would like to remind ourselves that we are still in COVID-19 era. We appreciate all of us. Hello. We appreciate all in the audience who comply with all the protocols involved with COVID-19. But if we find ourselves still trying to cope, please let us brace up and fully comply. distancing, no handshaking, constant sanitizing of your hands, all those measures help to contain the spread of COVID. In fact, I can see our registrar trying to do some now. Let us imitate him by being aware that we are still in the era of COVID-19. So we want to listen to a question from the audience. Let's give it to that lady there. You can come forward. You use this mic for your question. Tell us your name, the company you represent, and the facilitator will pick your question. Please come over. Tell us your name, the company you represent.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Damilola Olorunzade. I'm representing A Mobile Limited. I want to ask a question, sir. During the lecture, you didn't put anything about ammonium compounds as part of the disinfectants. Is it that it's not allowed or is not effective enough? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe facilitator get that question. We have another question from the offsite, those who are watching via Zoom. This is from Oladeji Olushola. His question goes thus. Morning, sir. What is the permanent solution to this local government issue? What is the way out? That is from Oladeji Olushola from Zoom. Another question from Zoom. This is from Salman Lukman, equally from Zoom too. He is saying, some of us have been trained from a recognized pest control company or two. Do we still need another training for certification? Those are the three questions. So let's listen to our facilitator, Sanitarian Isa Adamu, as he give flesh or response to those two questions.
Thank you very much. The first person talked about ammonium compounds. Maybe I didn't mention, but the zoonocyte is an ammonium compound, one of the ammonium compounds. Yeah. Then local government. Well, it all depends on the willpower. It's not a huge challenge, but where there is the will, there is a way. The most important thing is for us to have this mindset of collaboration, cooperation, and conciliation. This is the only way we can deliver, because we are all one society aiming to protect the health of the public. So why should there be non-reconciliation? It's very easy. The advocacy is on, and the, what do you call it? Dialogue. Dialogue in the morning, dialogue in the afternoon, and dialogue in the evening. In fact, dialogue has seen to us come for this activity. So dialogue is the key. That's the only way. Dialogue is the key. You continue to dialogue and see how we can remove the camel from the eye of the needle. Is it possible? Removing the camel from the eye of the needle. Is it impossible? It's not impossible. So it's a task that is achievable, and Council as regulator is working towards that for it to really solve our problems. Then, okay, sorry. Maybe I need to repeat because people at the back may not have heard what I said. The key to resolution of this issue with regards to the state and local government operations in this state is for dialogue. Dialogue in the morning, dialogue in the afternoon, and dialogue in the evening. While the authorities are dialoguing, the professional pest controllers will also be dialoguing at their own respective levels. And we as regulator We are not unmindful of that fact, and we are taking all the necessary steps in order for this to be resolved once and for all, such that we will continue to serve the public and protect the health of the public very easily without any hindrances. For the training, yes, I want to believe that PCO Kule Williams swept the carpet from under the feet of the registrar, because we all told you, especially those who participated in the 2018 training workshop, regulatory training workshop that held in Abuja, that the subsequent year, we are going to come to Lagos to have it. Probably that was where PCO Williams now started to plan his coup. And he has succeeded in having that coup, which is a very good one, even though kudos to him. And we're having this one. So this will take the participants throughout this licensing cycle. I want to believe the registrar will approve that. And that is even the agreement, that this training will be enough for this licensing cycle. That is for 2020-2021 licensing cycle. Abi? So it is enough. One is okay. And MC, please, the registrar will want to buttress a point.
Let me go there. Well, let me appreciate distinguished sanitarian Isa Adamu for a good job to the paper. Please, let's appreciate him. And also myself as the custodian of the regulation, I didn't touch anything on the regulation because I want Isa to give his paper as an incentive so that it will trigger discussion. The Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria is established through Act 11 of 2002 to regulate the practice of environmental health in Nigeria. Then we define environmental health and also identify about 21 components that make up the practice of environmental health in Nigeria today. And one of the components is what brought all of us here together. That is public health pest control. Then Isa Adamu has also mentioned to you on the need for you to be registered with the council and also have a license according to the relevant section of the act. And also there is a testimony that more than 90% of the participants in this room have already subjected themselves and their companies to the regulation of the council. We as regulators, we are also extending hands of friendship and also collaborating with different sectors of those structures that make up the environmental health family. And one of the structures is the Pecan, that is Pest Control Association of Nigeria, and also the state environmental protection agencies. And we have seen what has happened in Lagos today. We as regulators, what are we bringing to the table for the practitioners is also of equal importance. And that's why part of what we want to share today is what we as regulators are bringing to those that we are regulating. Yes, you pay for your license, you pay for your registration. You come to Environmental Protection Agency, you also pay for another regulations. You go to the local government, you also equally pays for the permit. Why we are here is for us to agree, set a standard. And this standard, it is the responsibility of the council to protect the practitioners, both the corporate practitioners and also the personnel practitioners that are working in the local government. So we are here to moderate and also reach a compromise, because we are going to negotiate and counter-negotiate. As a professional regulatory body, we are migrating from analog regulation to digital regulation. That's what we want to tell you today. By the first quarter of next year, we are looking at the possibility of you sitting at the comfort of your room to apply for registration and also apply for the renewal of your license. Also, the council, through the Honorable Minister of Environment, have assessed a grant of $20 million to enhance the practice of environmental health. And part of the requirement is for you to subject yourselves to the regulation of the council. Another area that is of benefit to us, we want to scale down the capacity building in the practice of environmental health, public health pest control inclusive. Yes, as a practitioner, things are happening because we know the practice of public health pest control is dynamic. When we started, we are concentrating on the issue of integrated pest management to control malaria. Then, from nowhere, COVID-19 came up. Some of us started the issue of disinfection and decontamination because of what? Because we are already in the business of pest control. And I believe with what we have gone through today, it has given us an insight. And also it has also triggered our interest for us to go and also build capacity on the area of this disinfection and decontamination, which is one of the major keys that we believe we will continue to utilize, because new diseases are coming, new diseases are emerging, and also our skills and capacity should also be up to date as things are unfolding. Coming back to the issue of the grant, we have also made provision, because we know this issue of rollback malaria is not taking us anywhere, because the incidence or the prevalence of malaria is still escalating. And we know epidemiology 101. If there is a disease that is caused by a vector and you want to eliminate the disease, the first thing you do is you eliminate the vector. If there is no vector, then malaria will not be there. So we need to use this forum to make a wider voice that for the control and the elimination of malaria, we are the stakeholders. And government should do what? Should listen to us. And if government will give us the opportunity, we can assure the government in next 2-3 years to come, malaria will be a history in Nigeria. So part of the grant was given by the American government for the elimination of the vector of malaria. And what we have proposed is, one, we need to develop our capacity, because we know for you to access the grant, yes, you will register with the council, you have your license with the council. What about your artisans, who are the full soldiers in your business? Most of us operate from the comfort of our office by giving orders. Some of us also even monitor the exercise on e-platform. They don't even go to the field. So one of the criteria is for you also to train your members through what the council has gotten, the National Skill Acquisition Certification. Because somebody has mentioned that, yes, she has certificates in training. Who issued her the certificate for the training? Who issued the benchmark for her training? Then what are the national basis for that certification? So what we are saying, it is also important for the Pecan, to look into the area where we can collaborate and start developing the capacity of our soldiers through what we call the National Basic Skills Certification in collaboration with the council. What we require and what we are planning to do is, when somebody is looking for your services, like in Lagos State, you Google into our site, and all the companies that are registered in Lagos State will emanate from the platform. So that at the comfort of your office as well, you can engage the services of Pest Control Association. When you Google, you see the director and you see the capacity, because the council also is trying to dematch the Register for Public Health in a categorization of competency. If I register a company and I have just 5 staff, to my credit, all the 5 staff has undergone the national skill acquisition. You'll be at a category that you can be able to do some certain things. We as regulators, we want to create the enabling environment for you to invest your money and also make sure that your money is protected. And lastly, on the issue of the local government environmental health authority in the local government, the essence of this interface is for us to sit down with Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. The president of Ehoan is here. The president of Lagos State is here, who is representing all the directors in the local government. So we sit down, we set a national standard. There won't be any crisis because it's give and take. But you people should recall also that whatever we want to do, let's do it right. And for you to practice in this area, make sure you are registered and you are licensed with the council. Then later date, we'll reconvene another meeting so that we can be able to discuss way forward and see how those that are interested can be able to access the loan to invest in the business for the betterment of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
We want to thank you, Mr. Registrar, for that fine clarification to all the questions that are posed. We want to move to the second module for today. We are here for training, and the training is ongoing. So I would like to invite the next facilitator, who is in the person of Dr. Mrs. Kehinde Kemabonta. Please, you are welcome. Dr. Kehinde Kemabonta obtained a BSc in 1986 and a MSc in 1987 and a PhD in 1995. All these degrees is based on the study of entomology from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. She started her career at the Nigerian Stock Product Research Institute, where she rose to become an assistant director before leaving for the academia in 2010. She is currently an associate professor of entomology at the Department of Zoology, Faculty of Science, University of Lagos. Dr. Kehinde Kemabonta has over 32 years experience in research and over 10 years in teaching. She has over 50 academic publications in peer-reviewed journals. She is also served as a reviewer of many national and international journals, and she has won many grants to her credit. I present to you Dr. Kehinde Kemabonta. She is to handle the second part of our discourse today with the theme, Integrated Pest Management. Please, over to you, ma'am. Oh. Thank you, ma'am. Let me do it for you.
The Registrar, sir. We have a long pool of officials here. I just want to say all protocols observed. Thank you so much, my dear Pecan members and colleagues and seniors. I have seniors in the association for the privilege of being in this meeting and the privilege of sharing what I have maybe for the past 30 years. So I'm really excited and I'm happy to be here. Well, you bear with me and you agree with me. It's something we teach for maybe 3 years, this integrated pest management, or something we teach for 1 year for the master students. So it's not something you can do in 30 minutes. But I'll try my best and do something. Now, as a preamble, 2 people are sick. The first one went to the hospital and the doctor examined him and said, just lie down, and didn't give him anything. He told him, your BP is very high. So lie down, put your mind off everything, and eat good food. Sleep. And the man did the same. After 3 days, he had a chair, what is it called? He was asked to pay some amount and he paid. The second man got to the hospital and the doctor looked, say, hey, your BP high, you almost die. Straight drips, injection in the butt, in the hand, everywhere. Now, I'm not trying to compare the two, but you all know when you reach home and they say, how the thing be? He says, as I reach there, I lie down. Doctor, give me injection. You put water, you put water, you put water. Meanwhile, by the time you come, you are bloated. They say, now that one be the real doctor. Now he's Sabian. That one, where just say make you sleep, no give you anything, no be doctor. So that's the essence. In Africa, we all know that if you fumigate a place or disinfect a place, disinfect, not disinfect, and after 3 weeks, there's no smell of chemical. So you never do anything. No. You sure say you walk, I no smell anything. Now water you just put. No be so? So, I'm hoping with time, we will get to the point in which, like that man, I ate food, I didn't take any medication, I'm okay. She have come here, there's no smell of chemical, but there's no rat, no roach, nothing, and I'm okay. So we will get to that level, but we have a long way to go. So we're going to talk on integrated pest management and what it entails and the way forward for us in Nigeria. Now, what is a pest? I'm going to rush it because I have 30 minutes to speak. Pests are organisms who impose burdens on human population by causing injury to the plant, annoyance, death to humans, destruction of value, depreciation of stored products. You can see there, the first one on the left, my own left here, is the maize grain. And that pest, you call it Cytophilus oryzae, is specific on maize. And it's an internal feeder. It only feeds in. When you see it out, it doesn't feed. It can be there for weeks, for months, it won't feed. Now, the next one you can see is my dear friend, the rat feeding on that thing. And then, of course, the snake biting that human being. I wonder if he's alive. And of course, we have talked so much by the registrar, that's the Anopheline mosquito. You have the black fly there, and also the other one is by the bed bugs. Now you ask me, how did I know it's the bed bugs? When you have bites on your body, and it's either straight, cross, circular, then you know it's the bed bug. But if it is here, and you see another one here, another bite here, another bite here, then you know it's what? It's the mosquito. So that's how you differentiate it. Now, you can say a pest is an agricultural pest, forest, household, and veterinary pest. You can categorize them in that way. Man, we have to be fast. I really wish I have it here to do by myself. Now let's look at the major groups of pests. On this side, the first side here are the arthropods, the rodents, the aves or birds, the bacteria or the microorganisms, and then of course, the reptiles. So they are all there. But you can categorize your pests according to either the occurrence, the level, based on level of infestation, and on integrated pest management, you base it on either it is economic injury level, economic threshold level, that's a key pest, major, minor, or how it got there. Is it a primary pest or is it a secondary pest? Now, primary is the first to get there. Secondary, the one that gets there after the primary has done his work. And then, most times, the secondary pest may be a major pest. Okay, am I too fast? Okay, then you have, based on the feeding, as I told you, that Cytophilus is an internal feeder. And then you have those that are external feeders. Let's start with the insects. Now we are so familiar with these two species of cockroaches. The first one you have there is the German cockroach. And the second one is the American cockroach. Now, the German cockroach, as we all know, Germans are very rugged and their products are rugged. And so it is with this German cockroach. The American one is puff puff. Apologies. But we all know. Okay? So, the American cockroach can die easily with any chemical, but this German one has gone either cross or multiple resistance to almost all groups of pesticides. So if you do it, and God has made it so beautiful that when she's about to die, she drops her pouch. And as she drops that pouch, within few days that your chemical is there, they will not emerge. But after about a week, they come out. And then you see them like ants all over the place. Then somebody will say, it just fumigates my house. See how the thing there now, everywhere. See, now this cockroach there again. And they eventually will go resistance to your pesticide. So we need integrated pest management to do it. Then the bed bugs is being found everywhere now. It's not only for the poor man, it's with the poor and it's with the rich. You have them in the big hotels, you have them in the small hotels. In fact, anytime I get to the hotel, the first thing I do, I look at the bed and I check it very well. Anything there. Once I see the eggs or just the oxidized, molted skin, I said to myself, this one will be a place where I won't sleep today. Because once that egg attaches itself to your body and you carry it to your house, and God help you, is a female, and she sucks your blood very well, you are in trouble. So we try to avoid them. Of course, we have the termites. Then the mosquitoes. I won't say so much on that because our registrar had said it. Then you have the stored product insects. This one is a major cause on its own. But I just want you to know that in these beans here, that small place you see the arrow is the egg. Most times you don't even know it's there. It's transparent and just like a dot. But I tell you, it goes inside once it emerges, and that's it. And I remember the story of a man who came to meet us then. I was in Ibadan, Ispri, and he came, he was, like this. People who know him say, Chief, what happened now? He said, oh boy, no be joke. What really happened? He had his stacks of cowpeas kept in a place, ready to marry a new wife, buy a machine for his wife, and take care of his in-laws. So he brought his people. There was cooking in that village, somewhere in Osun State. And what happened? They now went and carried the bags. The first set carried it, dropped it. They said to themselves, something is wrong. Then the man said, what's happening? The second set carried. Then he said, beg. He now went and carried the bag by himself with the strength of carrying 100 kg of beans. What do you think happened to him? He fell down. And then as he fell down, people came, he said, what it me they be? They have followed me to this place. They followed me. In fact, they had to give him anesthesia, what do you call it now? Yeah, anesthesia, ma, thank you. And he slept for some time because they realized the man was, going psychotic. What was it? It was trogodama. That thing is deadly. That one is polyphagous. You have it in almost, it can enter anything. So that is it. Now let's look at integrated pest management. We know what the pest is. I just go straight to the integration. Integration is just harmonious use of multiple methods to control single pest or pest complexes. Management is a decision based on ecological, economic, and social considerations. So you look at the three in management. But we now want to look at integrated pest management. It relies on a combination of common sense practices, because the practice I use in my house may be different from what you will use in your own. But they call it what? Common sense. And it must be in a responsible and economic way. And then finally, it involves the judicious, careful use of pesticides when necessary. And normally, that would be your last course of action. Now, why do we do integrated pest management? It protects against hazards to humans, domestic animals, plants, and the environment. And studies have shown that no single control measure works consistently over a long period of time. And the reason for this is that pests can develop resistance to certain control measures. The benefits, of course, reduce contamination and degradation of the environment, and the pesticide residue is reduced, and the cancer-causing residues are also in smaller quantity or not even there at all, depending on the control measures, and then less pesticide residues on food products. Advantages. long-term results. Even for us as pest controllers, sometimes somebody will tell you, why will you do it? They won't call you again. Just use chemicals so that in 3 months you will go back there. I tell you, if you're able to do it and that man has good results, he will remember you in another place. But if eventually he realizes that somebody else has done it and he has good results, he may not call you. So we have to remember that. And then we minimize economic, health, and environmental exposure. The advantages is that minor pests may become key pests. Go ahead, sir. The techniques. The first thing is identification. If you have a bat, you have to know if it's the blood-sucking one or is the one that eats fruits. If you do the vice versa, you are only wasting your time. So it's important to identify the species. Is it an insect? Is it snake? Is it scorpion? For example, in the case of the scorpion, you have a scorpion, a baby scorpion somewhere near your in your room, on the bed or somewhere, you should know that the mother is somewhere. Too close, because she carries her babies about. So if you see a baby scorpion, then you know there's something damp, something cool, there's something dark somewhere. And normally it's under the bath, in the bathroom. It means there's a leakage somewhere and you need somebody to dry it up. Once it's dried up and it's cleaned and you treat it, you have your results. But if you don't do that, you will only be wasting your time. Now you inspect for and determine the pest origin. Where did they come from? There was a case of somebody who had this food pest in his house. He's a big man, a very big boy. We got there and looked at the pest. I said, this looks like that. Dermastis maculatus. It's associated with fish or meat. They said, no, let's check. We checked everywhere, we didn't see. So I know what I'm saying. So we need to know how to identify these things. And there's so much in Google now that you can easily check and know what it is. We've finally found what? A sack of kilishi. He's a big man. So I think one of his managers traveled out and brought kilishi from either Sokoto or Kano, and they kept it there. And it was heavily infested. Now, removing that kilishi was all we needed. And that was all. That was the end. And I collected my money and I left. So we need to determine a course of action depending on the type of pest. You implement a control plan and not the same in all cases, and you follow up on your treatment method. I was happy the former man talked, this pest thing is normally they are always interwoven. So we have to remember that aspect of monitoring and evaluation. Now, to carry out any control methods, what mix do you do? What attracts the pests? You look for it like the ants. If you have ants in your house, it means there's sugar somewhere, especially the sugar ants. If you have snake, it means there are some birds or some animals somewhere that is attracting them, like the chicken, isn't it? So these things, you just need to know why are they here and what brought them here. Next. Methods of control. All these we put together. You have the exclusion, eliminate. Oh boy, you did too fast too. Eliminate structural cracks and crevices, calls and seals, and repair or replace kilns used in air doors. Then you have to do the habitat modification, repairing leaks. These are all part of the integrated pest management. So, to go straight, when you get to the house or the building or the warehouse or the place where the pests are, please don't just start fumigating. No, carry out integrated pest management. Put all the management practices together. You have the physical, the mechanical, the ecological, all the various methods that you know of. Put all of them together. Go around the house. For example, the next one, sir. You have the baits, which must be placed in strategic areas. I'll come back to what I was saying. And all pesticides must be applied according to label. So please always read the label. Now, the monitoring. You identify the pest, location of the problems, determine the action threshold. Is it only one rat that I will control, one rat in a building, or 2 rats? Depending on what is there and what you have there, you determine the threshold and know what to do. Then the visual monitoring. Of course, you can see your knowledge of interior structure. You have structural deficiency, moisture problems, sanitation issues. So inspect behind the moldings and check everywhere to confirm if these pests are there. Now, an effective pest control program includes exclusion of your pests, removing the food sources, and controlling pests with appropriate methods. And then you have the specific procedures, and then you have your record keeping. Pest exclusion. Now, press the next button, please. No. There are some things I have with this that I wanted to show. If you press not the enter, the downward button, you will get it there. Now you keep your doors. Pest exclusion means to remove all the pests as much as possible, and then you keep your windows screened and use air curtains. The netting is important. If you have mosquitoes in the house all the time, you may find that the netting is not well done. So you need to change the net. So let's not just go and fumigate. You fumigate, you come back, there's still problem. So there's something wrong somewhere. Now, good housekeeping should not be played with. Now, you have to work hand in hand with the cleaners. You tell the authorities, can we have the cleaners come? Because most times you have the garbage and all the dirt there. For example, at weekends, you have all the food eaten by all these young boys and girls who are not used to spending money. So they just, or who are good posers, they pose very well, and they just take a piece of meat from the big chunk and they leave the rest. So my good friends come in the evening and go to eat it, especially at weekends. So we have to make sure that the cleaners empty their bins regularly and at the close of the day, especially at weekends, okay? Then the process equipment should always be clean and kept tidy. I feel so sad. I wish it was my system I used, because there are lots of pictures I put there which we would have seen, okay? Pest infestation checks. You watch for droppings, indicate type of pest present, which may lead to entry points, watch for product or container damage, indicate type of pest present, and note presence of dead pests. Then the baits are very effective. Now, capture or destruction. This has to do most times with the rats. Your traps work by attracting the pests, and the attractants vary with the pest and the smell. And then you confine the pests, you kill the pests, and then you are happy with your results. There are different ways of doing it. In rodent control, the traps may be used, the sticky parts may be used, the bait stations should be approved baits only, please, especially food and non-food areas, and you place them in secure station. Now you have to know that rodents developed bait shyness. If one dies, that's all. He tells all the others, I'm about dying. Please, I ate this thing. Don't go near it again. And so I have watched it and it's so interesting. All of them will keep the thing in front of them and they will all be shaking like this and they are watching and they are watching and they are watching. They won't go there again. So that's why when you apply zinc phosphide zinc sulfide, you find after some time, they develop bed shyness. But when you use the anticoagulants, you have better results. Then for the bird control, you eliminate roosts, like that one you have there, and then minimize food sources outside of buildings. And then the landscape cards can be very attractive and the garbage, so you try to reduce them. And then use netting or screens under eaves or structures open to the outside. For the insect control, you have the physical control, which are all there. Then you have sanitation. I tell you the truth, in insect control, cleanliness is very, very important. And then you remove junks. Remove or drain off all water in containers. Now I noticed Lasepa, I think it's Lasepa. They are in charge of the flowers. The Lasepa. Last park, thank you, ma. Now we notice they now use tires. These tires have water in them. And this water will breed the mosquitoes. Truly speaking, sir, the registrar, I will be so excited for us to have this thing solved. But our own patterns of living will not encourage us. Because sometimes you see tires everywhere, and now they're even now using it for ornamental purposes. So tell me. Ma? If you going from Aja, okay, you are going from Ado. That Ado junction, there are lots of tires there now with plants growing from them and water is in them.
How do we know it's last park, man? You know, people, private sector, they adopt a garden. That's why this kind of conversation is good.
I know, ma.
We will say, what you are saying is very interesting. And if it is government doing it, it will stop tomorrow when we have facts and pictures. Now, I don't know where Ado is, but I wish we could have it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Picture and a good write-up from a professional. That's just it.
I mean it. I really look forward to that because that's what they're doing now. Almost everywhere you have tires. How many of us have seen it? Some of us even practice it. You plant your ornamentals, your flowers in the tire. So it gives it a beautiful pattern. But you're indirectly doing what? Breeding mosquitoes. Thank you. Go on. So you handle your pesticides with care and you're careful how you use it. Next one, ma. IPM starts with you. I don't know what happened. There are 2 slides missing. 2 slides on how we take care of our chemicals. How many more minutes do I have? Almost, right? Okay, maybe we'll have time. I'm going to work with my president and we will look for a time in which we will all meet to do this training in a very, not rush like this, because we all need it. So IPM starts with you. When you go to your clients, look good. Don't look like a bossy corner guy, like those guys who just carry the sprayer and they collect 1,000. That's how I like my president. He's ever looking good. So let's follow and emulate him. Let's look good when you go. And then your men should always be in the appropriate PPE. Please, let us not take it for granted. They don't have boots and you ask them to go inside the bush. Then there's the snake bite. Unfortunately, it's only in African countries, well, not only in African countries, but mainly we have it that in the African countries, most of our animals, most of the vertebrates and invertebrates are dangerous. You go to South Korea, the bees don't sting. My dear, just have 2 bees sting you, come near you in Nigeria, then you know what it is. Same thing with the scorpions and even snakes. You see all these long snakes children playing with them. Go and try it in Nigeria. I won't need to tell you more about it. So we need to take care of our workers. Let them be well dressed. Let them look good. It's just a little more you need, but that will give you more publicity. Okay? Now, inspect the house or the building. Don't just fumigate. Sometimes it's just one bucket of water somewhere breeding the mosquitoes, or an opening, a broken pipe that is causing the rats to go in, or something near there that is attracting the reptiles. So we just need to inspect the place, and then please, if your client is not satisfied, don't tell him he's telling lies. It's only few people that will tell lies. When they want you to waste your time and everything, they tell you they're still there. But most people, they say it's still biting them. It means what? It's still biting them. Go back and help. Then, do not be ashamed to say, I will get back to you, please. Have mentors. Have friends amongst us. I'm so grateful to several of my friends that I always call on. This is the issue. What do we do? How did you do it? Especially with the local government people. So I'm happy, sir, that you are helping us solve the problems. Okay? And then you must always have friends and mentors who are always there for you. And please do a lot of reading. It's there in Google. Just click on it. Pest, it will bring management, it will bring control, it will bring different things. So you just click, instead of sitting down and reading and watching, I'm sorry, a lot of things not necessary. Spend maybe a day in a week to upgrade yourself and then train your workers too. What to avoid? Unfortunately, I had beautiful pictures here. I don't know what really happened with your system. You have butterflies, bees, wasps, dragonflies. These are all pollinators, predators, the dragonflies. Thank you so much. Ants, ladybird beetles, praying mantis, and please let's avoid the flowers because they are so delicate. Now I have case studies. Not really case studies. Apparently, I don't know what really happened. I have success stories. We had mosquito bites in an office after fumigation. I was wondering, how can these boys just finish this fumigation and mosquitoes are biting? There's something wrong somewhere. I went and looked outside, environment, clean. I checked the gutters, the drains are flowing well. So what is the problem? I still sat down there. Lo and behold, the vase was there. I don't know what happened. The vase was there and there was water underneath the flower vase. That's how they structured the flower vase. And inside the water, I saw this larvae moving, and I quickly called the cleaners or the people in charge. Please, can you just remove this? And that was it. There was another case, I've told us of the one of Kilishi and how we were able to sort it out. Then rodents everywhere. Everywhere rodents. You kill and kill, it's as if it is endless. What happened? There was a stack of junks, different things up in the building. Nobody goes there. And then the cleaners have their bed on top of some of the things there. And that was where the rodents were breeding. So the rodents will come through the vents, go up to everywhere in the office and come down. And then when you kill one or kill two, the others stay away for some time. And after some time, they come down again. So we needed them to clear the junks for the whole thing to be sorted out. There was another case of a food pest in an office. How can you have this pest where there's no food? I told them it was in food. In fact, one of the ladies insulted me. Those are all the good things we face when you go out for such things. So you're supposed to come out and be talking grammar. You're talking rubbish. She said, very pretty girl with fine shape. She insulted me very well. I said, okay, ma'am, don't be annoyed. Can I just check your cupboard? Say, look at the cupboard. And as I just pulled out the cupboard, there was a container of food, this imported food. And lo and behold, the insects were there. So I carried one of the packs. I said, Eureka, I have found it. Why did I do that? Normally I don't do it. But she really insulted me. So I wanted people to know that this thing was with her. But by the time everybody came, she had cleared the place and it was clean. But I had that thing in my hand. So that is the evidence of you having a knowledge of what you are doing. Now there's a bad case. We did it, everything was done, we went back again, they were still having issues of mosquitoes, we went back in Victoria Island, you know, and it was still mosquitoes. Eventually, we didn't get that job again. But you find most times, if you have issues of roaches, for example, you may just need to just apply some roach gels. The gel will do the work. If you have ants continuously, all you need is just maybe some powders at certain crevices or places where water will not get to, and then you have your control. Next, please. Conclusion. Conclusion. Unfortunately, I had some things there that I wanted to read out to us. I just want to say there are many ways that lead to the market. If somebody takes you off this business, don't feel bad. Just go and learn more and see what you can do to get better or to get better jobs. Don't give up, and don't give up reading. Keep reading, keep studying, and what do you do if you don't know? Call on your mentors, call on your friends. I want to thank Akigbenyi. Many times these local government people call me in the midnight, 12 in the midnight, I will call him. This local government is giving me trouble, you know, and that is it. So have some people you can always call upon. And I want to sincerely thank my president for the honor granted me on this epoch-making training with something we have all been looking forward to. I've been in Pecan for at least, I think, 15 years or more. We've all been looking forward to having solutions to these problems, having the three bodies together. Thank you so much, Ma, for honoring us. Thank you so much, the registrar, and I appreciate all of you.
Another round of resounding applause for our big madam, Dr. Mrs. Kemabunta. We really, really appreciate your in-depth analysis as it affects pest management and integrated pest management, particularly not only in the food industry, but also in our homes. Thank you once again, madam. We really appreciate it. We're going for a question and answer session, but we want to interject a little bit. There is somebody waiting on Zoom that wants to make some comments. It is the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Ronke Odeneye. She is watching us. She is involved in this training. In fact, she's supposed to be here, but certain things have to pull her back. But she said, I must make my presence felt. Can we have her on now? She has the keynote address for this occasion. Please.
Yes. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. This is Mrs. Odeneye, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Environment. I'm speaking to you from Eco Hotel. We're having the Women Conference, and thank God for the new normal, whereby I could speak and then be elsewhere, because the traffic situation in Lagos has made me to stay on the island. I want to congratulate you for this training program, two-day training program that is key, especially at this time of pandemic. The work that you do as in Pecan and the Ministry of the Environment, ably represented by Lasepa, is wonderful. We need to understand the kind of chemicals that we're using. We need to know the regulation. We need to know that competent people are the ones that are either fumigating, decontaminating our various premises. I really rejoice with the participants and the organizers of this program, because it's needful at this time, and we need to do this work in a wonderful way so that we have sustainable development that is expected of us. Everything we're doing is for the good of human being, and we should not, while decontaminate, also pollute ourselves and contaminate ourselves. So I'm really happy that this is coming up to put the skills in the right places in the hands of people who need to do the work. And I tell you, there's a lot for you to do out there. And we'll seize this opportunity to spread the word around, to let people know, those who already are trained to do the fumigation and decontamination. And then we recognize you, Ehorcon, for all that you do in making sure that your members are well skilled, they're on top of their game, they understand the issues. And I say thank you to everyone who has come. Make sure that what you've learned, you put it into practice. And I'll also be able to share what I'm learning here as well. I'm also talking about green up and caring for the environment. So I would love to share some of the things that you're sharing there with them as well, so that we can spread the word and we'll have a better state, a better Nigeria. God bless you all. Ibega Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe. We need one another to make a good Nigeria, a good Lagos state, and for us to live sustainably well. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you, GM Lasepa, for the organization as well.
We want to appreciate our permanent secretary. They are the ones that make us to be active in the industry. Without their backing, Pecan will find it challenging to exist, and our businesses will be in jeopardy. Once again, a round of applause for the permanent secretary. They really, really appreciate you. We skipped this question and answer session, but I cannot find our facilitator in the audience. Okay, she's with the, okay. Madam, if you are ready, we want to invite questions. So those who are on Zoom, I don't know if you have questions. We want 2 from Zoom, 1 from up here, and 1 from down, so that our dear madam can respond to your question. Yeah. So, okay. Any question from the audience here based on what we just listened to? Okay, there is somebody up there. Please, you can step down and use this mic for your question. I appreciate anybody from the audience here too, if you have any question. But in the interim, somebody sent this question that I would like to ask on his behalf. He said, what is the best pesticide combination for a one-kill-all treatment, especially tiny roaches that doesn't die? Madam, that doesn't die. Akumaku.
Hello, okay. You said it doesn't die, and you want a one-kill treatment. One. Let me say one thing. We cannot eradicate these living things. We may just control them. If you eradicate them, what about those that feed on them, like the dragonflies? Won't they leave? We can control them or prevent them from certain places. Like you've been sitting here, you have not pushed your leg like this. So you can prevent them. Now, this roach you are talking about is so easy to control now. That's what I found out. Please stop using your chemicals, because what you are doing is you are abusing the chemicals. I really feel bad I don't have much time to talk. You used first concentration, it didn't work, you increase the concentration, you double it. You're affecting your workers, affecting the environment, affecting the water, affecting the air. There's a solution to it now. After you have done that, you've treated and there's no control, I'm sure it's the German cockroach. I am so sure it is. And we have found that, as I said, they've grown, same with the mosquitoes, they've grown cross and multiple resistance to pesticides. So what you just do is to get a bait. You can get my number, I will help you out. You get a bait, okay? There's this bait I use, the gel. Oh, what's the name now? I import it. Okay. Now you can call me. I import, anytime I travel to US, that's what I bring in as my own luggage. And I'm sure there are some gels there. And I think Harvestfield too used to have, I don't know if they still do, they have gels. So, but don't use the same gel over and over, otherwise they'll go resistant. You may have to be changing them, okay? So that's all you need. Apply the gels under tables, in the kitchen cabinet, in all those places. I tell you the truth, you just wake up one day and there's no more roach in your house. And if water or your workers don't clean it off, I assure you a cockroach-free environment for even 1 year or more. That's what I do in my house. Once I see one roach somewhere, I just apply everywhere, and that's all. You don't have them coming again. That's what we call integrated pest management. You don't have to use pesticide all the time.
Thank you so much, madam. The next question.
My name is Lasepa Ogundele, representing Sparkle Pro Nigeria Limited. The question I'll ask now will be based on this scenario. I used a particular toxic chemical. Actually, it's like a tablet, but there's nothing really written on it. They only wrote poison. I know, it's, hydrogen phosphide. Yeah, I know, but I used it. It was very, very effective on rats.
Are you sure it's hydrogen phosphide or phostoxin? Yeah. It's phostoxin.
Yeah, they also use that name also.
I know, but it can't be hydrogen sulfide. Okay. That one is for poison. It's phostoxin, aluminium
phosphide. Yeah, phosphide. Thank you, ma'am. So I used it because I got it from a friend. But later, after going out shopping, I met it, but I had to Google this product. Then I saw the way these white men used it. They were very, very careful and meticulous about it. And after using it, they have a particular equipment to test whether it is safe to go and remove it. After some time, if it's exposed, it turns it becomes powder or powdery in nature. So what I want to really suggest or appeal, like the former presenter made us to know when he was telling us about pyramids of decontamination, that they will soon be using some equipment to test. Please help us. Number one, any company that will be selling products, let them really write active ingredients, the side effects. Like that one, they just wrote poison. We don't know anything about it.
Sir, is it a question or observation?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is...
Let's go to your question, sir, please.
Sorry? Yeah. So
that tablet you used, was it for the house or for your food?
For the house.
For the house. It was wrongly used. Because that chemical can kill you even if you put it in your house. It kills. Aluminum phosphide. It kills. So it's normally meant for food. Sir, even in food, you put it in an envelope. Then you put it inside the container that is sealed. In a
Yes, ma'am.
Let's listen to our...
No, I like his question. That's the essence of trainings like this. And that is why it has become even more important that we continue to ask for certificates before we accredit people. I hope there's a module in this training that will tell us that if you don't know what it is, don't use it. Toxic, safe, labeled or not. A friend gave it to him. And we as Lasepa, this is very interesting to me as a public health practitioner or environmental health officer, and as regulators of companies like his. Our job is to make sure that thing is well labeled, has the right constituents, is certified by either NAFDAC or whoever. Otherwise, please don't buy it. It's quackery. It's very worrisome, sir. Because you put it there and a little child picks it up. It can kill human beings. I really appreciate this training, and I hope that the rest of us will listen carefully. And also to government and to Lasepa, it shows we have more to do in our accreditation. We're going to start doing what we should do. I think it has become evident from this training. You asked a good question, so I wanted you to note her response very well. Thank you.
To give more clarification to that, madam, we appreciate your response. But Pecan, as a body, we have this in-house training on a monthly basis. We share experiences with our friends and colleagues who are in the business of pest management. So it is very, very unfortunate. No Pecan member, I stand to say this, will stand up and ask questions that have been treated in most of our seminars and in-house trainings. We are well trained, we are well qualified, and we want to...
It's okay.
No, we want to invite others who are out there,
yes,
who are
to
not
join us.
members of Pecan, to come in, to enjoy this facility of training, so that questions like this will not pop up. It's free.
It's free for members.
For members, when we have our monthly meetings, we have this discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
To be Pecan member.
Yes, and then annual dues. The president will get back to you. Okay, so please don't use that. It's not proper, okay? The MSDS, you must know. And that brings me to that aspect of you going to these people who sell chemicals to take advice from them. Please don't. In fact, that chemical, the house man calls it go bed Nisa. Tomorrow is far. If you put it there in your house and close your door, oh my God, you won't see it the next day, but that's not for you. So please, let's be very careful. Now, there's this other aspect of us using formalin. Let's stop it. People use formalin a lot, and they use the one they call chemical, which is also gamalin 20. They are hazardous. You are also destroying your own life. Because formalin is used for embalmment. Please, there are other chemicals we can use that will be good for us. Then you go to them. I was there seated. Sometimes when I go to Idumota, I'll be tired. I just sit with the guys there. Somebody will come and buy no pest. He will buy sniper. He will buy diclovos and DDVP. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So he's using paracetamol, Emzor, paracetamol, M&B, and using which other one? Different Panadol, and using it as one. So when you keep mixing, that's why eventually you find you don't have results. Because this chemical, you are using one type of chemical, instead of one concentration, you are using ×5 the concentration. It won't work well. Next question.
For you to analyze a lot of change that we are about to impart into our life, can we be able to get a hard copy of your, because we really appreciate it. That's one. Two, please, can we have something like a Pecan from Ogun State? Because I'm from Ogun State, nothing like this kind of thing. If you mention Pecan in Ogun State, you are not in that premise. That's two. Third, please, can we have a shop? Can you please help us, a shop of non-offensive chemical in Ogun State? Because I've been in Ogun State past 20 years. All the chemical I know is the organophosphate, all these aluminum phosphide, in which that I know due to the experience that my Oga imparted into my life, that those things is not good for our life. Okay. And I really appreciate it.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself, please? Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Akisoya.
Who do you represent? Who do you represent?
I'm the owner of small business ASO God's Grace Nigeria Enterprises.
You're not a participant, you're an exhibitor. You're not a participant.
I registered.
You're an exhibitor. Okay? So we need to find out what exactly you want to know. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come to that later. We'll come to that later. So,
well, if I just have to say something, just 1 minute. I'm so happy that there are lots of manufacturers and people who sell pesticides amongst us. I've seen some of them. So please, those of us who sell these things, let's go to Ogun State and start something. There's a good market there for you. Thank you very much.
we want to thank all of you, those who pose questions. I believe the facilitator and others are able to do justice to all the questions we ask. In view of our time, we want to go ahead. Before we go for if you remember, I mentioned that the president of Ehoan, in the person of Dr. Akingbe, is here in our midst. We want to invite him to give us the goodwill message from the Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria. He is the president of that body, and he oversees the affairs of that body throughout the federation. So let's give attention to Dr. Samuel Akingbe, the president, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria.
The Registrar and CEO, Environmental Health Officers Registration Council of Nigeria, the President, Pest Control Association of Nigeria, my indefatigable GM, Lasepa, has been a very wonderful woman. Functionaries of the Lagos State government in attendance, Lagos State President Ehoan, the Deputy Registrar, Dr. Andy, and all other functionaries from Ehorcon. Ladies and gentlemen, I say good afternoon. I will greet you in my own way, and I want you to respond. Dr. Sanut, how are you? You are cited. God bless you. I want to greet you in my own way, and it is to say, Sanita Sanitatum. Okay, I will stylishly induct everybody in the hall into that forum. And what you respond with is Ominia Sanita. Can we echo that? Ominia. So when I say Sanita Sanitatum, you echo back. You can use it here, but don't use it outside here because you are not, properly inducted. Sanita Sanitatum. I can't get the hall. Sanita Sanitatum. Thank you very much. Very, very much delighted to be here. And before I go ahead, I want to recognize all my senior colleagues, contemporaries, and my junior ones in the hall. And I also want to, in line with the fraternity of environmental health, ask for their permission for me to go on. Do I have your permission, Charles? Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very, very much delighted to be here, honestly, because like all that I've spoken, I've said, it is a history that has been made here today, where the regulators, the practitioners, and the regulated are meeting together to fashion a way forward. And I believe strongly that we are having a better dealing henceforth. That forthgoing, we are going to have a very good way, where the practitioners will embrace the regulators and the business investors. Everybody comes together and fight a common enemy, which is pests in our environment. So I'm very happy to be here. Historically, we will know that local government administration in Nigeria or in West Africa actually started with pest management, vector control. You know, in those days, in the colonial era, West African sub-region is termed white man's grave, because once they get bitten by a mosquito, they fall down with malaria, and the end is their death. So they soon termed West Africa a white man's grave. And then the need to control and save the white men when they come to West Africa was what led to the introduction of vector control program. And from there, the local government council started, and then we have the third tier of government today. It means that the business you and I are talking about here today is a very, very important one. And Nigeria joined the colleagues of other nations to control, to regularize, standardize, and professionalize environmental health, which has pest control as one of its integral units. And that is the reason why we have what we are having. So it is not as if we are not happy to have you. We can't be too much. In fact, we can't have enough, because we need to control pests in our environment. But also, going by the rules, we have extant laws that established Ehorcon, that which established Lasepa, and that also that protects and guides the operation of the local government in what they are doing. But whatever it is, I'm giving us the assurance, by the grace of God, that we already are working on getting this resolved. You are going to enjoy your business henceforth, and the relationship between you and our officers, wherever they are. I expect somebody to clap their hands there. I intentionally carry this in my hand for you to know that it's already been put in motion. We have conclusions here between the Ministry of Environment, of Local Government, Lasepa, and then Ehorcon and Ehoan as regards your operation. So Pecan is going to enjoy better their operation from now. I want to congratulate and really appreciate Baba Ogunyadika that had laid the foundation for this that we're saying. He actually made sure that there is a good rapport, relationship between the environmental officers and Pecan. And I want also to thank my predecessor, my father, who is a juggernaut in the field of environmental health, Pa Shomoye Michael, for his doggedness. I appreciate you, sir. I want to thank Lagos State Ehoan for cooperating with Pecan. And I also want to assure you again that it's going to be better. Now, talking about, before I go ahead, I want to thank all that have rendered their lectures here today. Malam Sanitarian, Malam Isa, you have done very good. I really, really appreciate that lecture. And also, Dr. Kema Bonta, my good friend. I know that it is my first time I'm enjoying your lecture, and I've always looked forward to it, because even when you talk to me, you are lecturing. Thank you so much for that very, very explicit one. Your wisdom will keep increasing. Now, integrated pest management, what we're actually talking about is management of pests that is void of use of chemicals. You know, public health or environmental health practice is on three pivots: prevention of diseases, promotion of health, and prolonging life and efficiency. Those are the three P's upon which public health sits. And if we have to kill pests, we must not kill ourselves. We are trying to prevent disease, we must promote health along with it. In trying to kill pests, we must make sure that the chemical we put in the environment is not having effect, maybe in the present or remote on your clients. Dr. Kema has done a lot of expansion on this. Let us adopt methods, the control of some factors in man's physical environment that can keep pests away instead of trying to use chemicals. We try to de-emphasize globally the use of chemicals. And your client might complain than when your colleague came. They were still perceiving chemical even 2 months after. It is not a good recommendation. It is not a good credential. We are going to a level where we do not even have to apply chemical. Control the physical environment, then pest is kept free. And I want to say, like Dr. Kema said, we cannot eradicate. In fact, our target is not to eradicate pests. They have their own place in the ecosystem, and we need them. But we can control them from our houses or from areas we don't want them to get to. Having said all this, I want to congratulate every one of us for being part of this, and that you should look forward to a very good relationship. You understand? You need us, we need you. Together, we'll have a very fine environment. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
We want to thank the president of Ehoan for that speech he gave on our behalf. We are gradually coming to item number 7, which all of us, including me, have been anticipating for quite some time. We have prepared delicacy for the audience, something to sip and something to dip into our stomach. We want to sit on our chairs. The house will get the food run to all of us. And those who are invited dignitaries from Lasepa, from Ehorcon, our facilitators, and ESCOs of Pecan should move to a small hall close to the gate and have their small lunch. So, as being corrected by the president, the dignitaries from Ehorcon, from Lasepa, the facilitator, the Ministry of Environment included, and the ESCO from Pecan, and also Ehoan, yeah, very, very essential. Ehoan members who are part of the dignitaries. There is a hall at the back. The meal is reserved for you there. While other participants should stay back, the ushers will get to you with your lunch. And after this lunch break, we'll be having the last paper that will be delivered by Dr. Sanut, and is going to take the 3rd module. The theme of his discourse is impact of pesticides and disinfectants on man and environment. After this lunch break, we're going to enjoy that session with Dr. Sanut, who is the Director of Sanitation Services with the Lagos State Ministry of Environment. And I've been reliably informed that during the lunch break, we can visit the exhibition stand outside. We have manufacturers, importers, practitioners who have brought their services, equipment to exhibit for our knowledge. Things like cold fogger, thermal fogger, the cockroach deer that was mentioned here, the eye traps, all those things that are used for pest management, they're out there. Let's all have a view so I can actually be conversant with those equipment for pest management business in Nigeria. So while we do that, let's anticipate our lunch. and enjoy fellowship of with business associates together. Good afternoon, all.
You didn't tell us the time we should convert it. Maybe 30 minutes or 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's come inside and have our seats. It's time to get ourselves something to mark. I was told that the food was delayed. Please, sorry for that misgiving. Please, let's come inside to start the afternoon section with our with our lunch to commence the afternoon section. Please tell others to come inside. We want to move ahead and conclude the seminar on time. Let's come in on time, please. We are waiting for our guests. Hello, hello. Sito. local government. Let me give my number. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to commence the lecture series of our one-day seminar now. We want to go to the last module for this seminar. So while we are busy taking our lunch, we want to pay attention to the platform as the facilitator delivers his discourse. We equally want to apologize for the late arrival of the food. We all know what's happening in town, but eventually it came. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you the last facilitator of this seminar in the person of Dr. Sanut. A round of applause for Dr. Sanut. He is going to take the last module for this seminar. Dr. Azan A. Sanut is taking the steps to the podium now. We really appreciate you for coming, sir. Dr. Azan A. Sanut holds a PhD in environmental microbiology from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He has his master's in microbiology from the same university. The areas of epidemiology, biodegradation and bioremediation, and environmental monitoring. He also has a certificate in environmental monitoring and modeling from the Institute of Water Education, Delft, Netherlands, and a certificate in multi-level water governance from the Age Academy for Local Governance, Netherlands. Dr. Sanut has been in service for over 23 years and worked in various environmental management and protection departments, including pollution control, billing and monitoring, conservation, and ecology. to mention but a few. I present to you Dr. Azan A. Sanut as the last facilitator for our program for today.
Good afternoon. The Registrar Ehorcon, the President Ehoan, the President Pecan, the General Manager Lasepa, all other protocols duly observed. This section is a rounding up session, and it is supposed to be a take-home stimulus for us to reawaken our consciousness on the consequences of our activities as pest control practitioners. Hence, it is titled The Impact of Pesticides and Disinfectants on Man and the Environment. Why is this topic important? It is to lead us to the integrated pest management, why we need to adopt it, and now resort to chemical usage as the last option in our pest control activities. And with that, I answer the question with the first initiator of this consciousness in one of his most popular quotes, as he says, in nature, nothing exists alone. That means that whatever we do, as we are in this hall today, our activities impacting the environment. And in the same way, it is coming back onto us. So that quote is from Rachel Carson. Rachel Carson is the first initiator of the environmental movement. She wrote a book in 1962 titled The Silent Spring. That book gave some information that arose consciousness of people to see the danger that is inherent in the pesticide or the chemicals we are applying into the environment. That book that she wrote generated a lot of concern to the extent that within 1 year, she was invited to the subcommittee of the Senate in America to come and defend the content. Because she did that successfully, it led to the movement, environmental movement. That environmental movement eventually led to environmental structures that we have today. It eventually led to the establishment of US EPA in 1972 and other struggles as it evolved. As we can all recollect, that the use of pesticides become popular post-Second World Era as a sort of the need for the boost of our agricultural products. So, as such, the concern that was raised by this great woman eventually led to a lot of development in the world. So I'm dedicating this presentation to her because it's a struggle to protect human health and the environment. Next slide. So Silent Spring, we wonder what exactly is the content of that book that could give such, that will have given that authority or recognition to the knowledge. The content of the book will be summarized to 3. First, the book was able to establish that pesticides are not target exclusive, that we should be worrisome of that whatever we are putting out, that is less than 10% of it is getting to our target, whereas 90% of those things move outside our target, and it has its own consequences on the environment and on man. The second is that she was able to establish that pesticides can harm people even without direct exposure. It's not until you are exposed. After all, I'm not working as a pest control practitioner, or I'm not handling chemicals. That is only when you can feel the effect. No, effect of pesticides transcend boundaries. It moves through the ecosystem. She was able to establish in the book situation of a person in whose body more than 7 ppm DDT was found. And people were curious, how could such happen to that person? It was later, through study, realized that this person liked to consume egg. Now tracing the egg, the egg tested positive for DDT. How come? It was again traced to the poultry from where most of this supply comes out. At the poultry, it was observed that most of the birds tested positive for this same pesticide. How come? It was traced again that these birds were fed with a feed, and that feed was made of alfalfa plant, which was grown with DDT as pesticide. So you can see that from the plant, it eventually impacts the life of man. So as such, she was able to establish that in the write-up. And lastly, she now gave a recommendation on solution. And that solution is part of what we have dwelled well upon at this sitting today. He said the first prevention is education, which is what this gathering is upon, is to disseminate the information, the consciousness of the harmful effect and the best handling method that could be used with this chemical. And lastly, he said we should be thinking of alternative that will be environment friendly. And that is why we are coming up with the integrated pest management, that chemical should be the last option in our application. So as such, I try to chronicle the presentation like this. Let's go. Next slide. Yeah, pesticide. Actually, I'm not supposed to do definitions, but because the topic says I should talk on pesticide and decontaminant, and try to see whether there is any demarcation that is sharp between them. So I just try to see the popular definition of pesticide as substances or mixture of substances that is meant to prevent, destroy, repair, mitigate pests. And by pests, we mean both biotic pests, we mean both fauna and flora. That is the plants and the animal. So all these other names as listed, herbicide is pesticide, insecticide, pesticide, nematicide is pesticide. Pesticide is a broad name for this series of insecticide, as we say. So I said even insect repellent that we use sometimes at homes are pesticides. The next slide. Now try to come to disinfectant. Disinfectant try to stimulate its own scope, and that is reduced to microorganisms. Disinfectant comes down to microorganisms. It's not taking the higher organisms. The vertebrates are excluded, the plant are excluded. It's just talking about the microbes. The bactericide, fungicide, germicide, antiseptic, sanitizers, and others are disinfectant. However, all the disinfectants are also pesticides. Now, the next application of pesticides, it has become a household kit that is employed in virtually most sectors of the economy. Agriculture, we use it as herbicide against weeds, as insecticide against insect pests, as rodenticides, etc. While in domestic, sometimes it's used in our garden as spray, as insect repellent, as we use. In building construction materials, it's used as preservative. We use molybdenum and all other ones which are also pesticides. And personally, we use them in clothing. Sometimes we use sprays and all those things which are pesticides to preserve our clothes. So in public health control, we use pesticides to control diseases, and much of it, when we have this COVID, we have been disinfecting, we have been decontaminating, we are using pesticides. So these pesticides could be classified based on their active ingredient into 4 major categories. We have the organochlorines, we have the organophosphorus, we have the bioretrine, which is a natural source, but because of its level of activities, then they have to come up with this synthetic one, which are the pyrethroids, and you have the carbamates. So these are different active ingredients under those classes. We have the DDTs, we have the leadrins, we have the etocotin, adrin, diadrins, as it goes. Next slide. So man come in contact with this pesticide through various routes. So these 4 are the major routes of contact to pesticide. The first is the dermal exposure through our skin. When it's being sprayed, we have the sprinkle, the mist, and that is what called for good handling, PPE to be put on. Oral injection through the food, as I've demonstrated or narrated. Then the respiratory exposure, inhalation. Even as we are using our Chronox now, some of those things we are inhaling. And like many other chemicals like that are being applied on the street, near the house, then we have that through inhalation. Then we have the iris contact. When you run into a mist or vapor, sometimes it comes, many of these volatile organic carbons, we find them in the vapor that are taken as suspended particles. So I have that. So let us see, how does this affect our environment? With that first quote, I have told you that there is no separation between the environment and man, because we cannot actually separate the environment and man. So it contaminates our water, directly, indirectly. When you apply on the plant, it gets to the soil. If it rains, it's washed to the soil. If it rains, it percolates and gets to the underground water. So sometimes people even spray ignorantly on water, trying to control algae and some other things like that, which we are doing. So by so doing, it often contaminates the surface water, the groundwater. It affects human domestic use and also affects the aquatic life. And whatever affects the aquatic life eventually affects man. Then some of these things turn to persistent organic in soil, the POPs. We have them when you have a lot of organochlorines get into the environment. It reacts with the organic matter in the soil. So you have many of them forming persistent organic pollutants, and they remain in the soil. It accumulates. When plant grows on it, it absorbs, bioaccumulate. Animal fed on it, it biomagnify. Eventually we take it off and it becomes part of our own life too. So contamination of air, soil, and non-target vegetation, as I've said earlier, majorly as preached when we use chemical to eliminate this pest, the insect pest, the weed pest. In most cases, we are destroying biodiversity, and that can bring a disruption in the ecosystem. It can affect us greatly, as it has even been recorded in many other places. So those are the negative impact on the environment, which eventually are transferred to man. Directly on man, we have records of this negative impact. Yes, the next slide. Directly on man, we have the underlisted. It has been established that most of our organochlorines and organophosphorus cause cancer. That has been established, that you can resort to brain tumor, breast cancer, leukemia, a lot of that. Allergic is very common that we see as a sort of people that are allergic to things like that, like people with asthma. It aggravates it and even has been said to cause some of this. Nervous disorder is another problem that have been linked to most of these chemicals we are using these days. Reproductive problems, reduction in fetus size have been established, and all these are impacts that are enough to raise our consciousness and stimulate us to move towards integrated pest management and reduce the use of chemical in our environment. The next slide. So, regulation of pesticide application. In Nigeria, as it has been said in the previous presentations, we have regulation from the National Environmental Regulation of the NESA law, 2010 regulates the chemical. NAFDAC regulates the possession as well. We have the Ehorcon, sorry for that omission there, regulating practices. The certificate to practice, just like every other professional bodies, like ICANN, you must have, to say I am a chartered accountant, I want to open an audit firm, I want to open something, you must be chartered. So in the case of pest control environmental practices, then you have that give certificate. While the state EPA accredit your practice in the state and the use of the chemicals. They are particular about the use of the chemicals you use. So for you to act in the state like Lagos, you must be accredited by Lasepa and certify chemicals for you to use in the state. This state has its own peculiarity. Chemicals that are good to be used in the upper north may not be very good for us in Lagos because of our hydrology. So some of those things like that, Lasepa, we have to review the MSDS and now says, though NAFDAC can classify this and approve that this chemical is okay, but in Lagos, it's only this and this and this could be used for this. This and this and this could be used for this. That is why we are trying to fight the COVID. Lasepa have to come out to tell you we want you to use sodium hydrochloride in Lagos and at this concentration level based on the peculiarity of the state. Then, as it has been stated in the law as said, then the local government are to permit your work. If you are working in a local government as at now, you have to get a permit from that local government to work in that local government as a practitioner. So we have those ones as the regulation. So now, the last slide, these are for Lasepa. Lasepa is empowered by law, by that section of the Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law to regulate the use of pesticides in Lagos State. And that includes one, they work cooperatively with federal agencies, and that you have seen today, that from the federal to the local, that Lasepa work together with them and work with professional bodies like the NES, SAN, Ehorcon, IPAN, Ehoan, all of them, Lasepa work together with them to achieve its own aim of regulating pesticide usage in Lagos. Then secondly, the practitioner in the state, Lasepa organized regular education for them. This workshop is unique in the sense that you have the Ehorcon attending, but regularly, even last year, Lasepa organized, of which many of the practitioners in the state attended. So this Lasepa have been doing because those are the solutions to the problem. We continue to educate and to teach. Then also Lasepa monitor compliance and investigate chemical pollutions. At any point in time, whenever just as it happened in some area of data of recent, that you have fishes just dying from the highland. Lasepa do that in Lagos on regular basis. When there is anything, they move through the field. You find them on the boat, sampling, analyzing, identifying where is the source. There was a time we had problem with water going to the lagoon from Agboyike to Underbridge here. It was actually, we have to trace. Lasepa started sampling from the lagoon point, tracing until we eventually arrive at the factory that is discharging around Acme here, where you still see a lot of those things. So that is those are the things Lasepa engage themselves in doing, and which they are saying doing. They monitor, trace the pollution, identify the problem, and try to bring solution to it. Then they review material safety data sheet, as I've said earlier, which they still need to work more on, to come out specifically on those chemicals that cannot be used in Lagos. Lasepa must make pronouncement based on scientific facts that these chemicals, though accepted by NAFDAC, we are not saying it's not better. In Lagos, as a peculiarity, it could not be used. So these are those things. So in essence, as I've said, this presentation is just to stimulate, to reawaken our consciousness that to every actions, there is reaction. So to every activities, there are consequences. As such, let us try as much as possible to go by the rule, good chemical handling, good protective, personal protective equipment while we are working, and many other protocols as laid down. So with this, I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I believe by the time we are going back to our respective offices, we have something that will have been impacting on us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanut. We appreciate the insights, knowledge you give to us when it comes to pest management or pesticide that affects man and the environment. Now we want to go to question time. I believe the audience will have one or two questions for Dr. Sanut. And those who are on Zoom too, they are yearning to raise observation based on what you just delivered now. Do we have anybody around who have a question for Dr. Sanut? Okay, can you please step forward to the microphone, tell us your name and the company you represent before you have your question, sir. You can come along.
Can I have it on my hands? Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Twoyo Kanyi. I'm the CEO of Ehorcon Ventures. The question I want to ask our doctor, from the pesticides we have just treated. I know that there are some chemicals that are biodegradable, and there are some that can be easily emulsified in the environment, and some are volatile. So under which category do you want to place most of these chemicals that are imported into Nigeria? How do we control it? Because if it is not controlled from the source, then the usage also can be abused. Thank you.
Yeah. So to control the chemical, sometimes you allow the market force to work. If Lagos should outlaw some chemicals and say this chemical cannot be used in Lagos, you know there is bad market for that chemical in Lagos. And as such, I know that an importer, before going to import, want to see the market. Somebody even exporting want to see the market. So that is why I'm saying Lasepa, we have to come out and pronounce chemicals that must not be used in Lagos. So by the time we do that, then eventually I know we'll be able to control. There are a lot of chemicals that are approved by US EPA that we get here, and after that we pass it because it's said, but coming to our own peculiarities, it may be more dangerous to use in Lagos on the environment and eventually transfer to man. So for now, that is the rule, that is the area I feel we can actually work.
Thank you, sir. There is another question that comes in from Zoom. There is this question I need to read to your hearing. Yeah, it says, it's from Moshood Latif. It says, can you enlighten us more on dirty dozen? And if it is still used around, dirty dozen, I don't know.
Yes, that is the DDT. Dichlorodiphenitrichloroethane. And I think it is not allowed again. Although we must tell you it's still being found in market, but under the regulation, it's not allowed to be used as pesticide again.
Thank you very much. So, Latif Moshood, that dirty, whatever you call, is no more allowed to be used again. Any other question? Before that, I would like to tell ourselves that all the programs of today's event, the papers delivered by all the facilitators, will be sent to our email account. So when you get home, click on it, you'll find all the papers that were presented today during the course of this discourse. Also, if you go to Lasepa YouTube page, you can see the live streaming of today's event. So you can access it at your leisure time. We have another question from Dr. Sanut.
Thank you, sir. My question is actually like of two parts. And one is the issue of, is it Nasera and NAFDAC approving some chemicals and then Lagos saying this is not approved for our use? I'm thinking in my head, the environment is one. Can't we have a unified chemical use across Nigeria so that we do not have Nestra saying one thing, NAFDAC saying another, and then we come down to the states and the state is saying another? That is one question. The other one is the use and availability of this. Most chemicals and pesticides are actually hazardous substances when it gets into the wrong hand and the wrong use. One of it is the common, there's this common chemical that you get everywhere, but it's harmful. People use it to poison. Yes, I think it's, what is, yes, striper. And we get people who store products now using it in storing some food items. So I'm just, because all of this, as you said, sir, is connected. Is there a way that we can work on this and have one holistic way of analyzing these chemicals, making them available for our use across the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. But you didn't tell us your name and the organization.
My name is Adenike Olokode from Safety Plus. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. On the first question, I think we all know that issue of environment is on concurrent list. And by so doing, it has given room for each state to legislate on it as it fits that state. All over the world, I don't think they use the same standard. If you want to say environment is one, you can realize that it's not the same. Europe standard is not same with that of America. Even within America, Canada standard on some of these things is not the same. Lagos, even in our standards, what we are using presently are not the same with that of Nesra. And it's not causing any problem because we have to be stringent on some issues that are likely more to affect you than just being general. Well, let me just give this literary example. Or let me just general example. People building house in Abulegba. People building house in Abraham Adesanya. The environment, the type of soil they have in those areas are different. So some places in Lagos, you cannot have septic tank, irrespective of how. So we had that some places you can still be able to consult septic tank. If you now say, okay, everybody must have septic tank, then that means you want them to have pool in those areas. So that is why we have to legislate to make some of those things stringent to suit our own peculiarity. And it is something that is already operating, not that is new thing that is to be introduced. What I'm only saying is that Lasepa should extend that to that area so as to be able to control the use of inappropriate chemical in Lagos. Then on the other question, sorry, please. You said unification.
The Registrar approving a particular chemical.
Yes, that is what I've answered that now. That in most cases, okay, you are talking of importing, that once they know that they should import this one, then we should be. We cannot have the same thing. Nasra will only approve on broad basis. Just as we are having the case of, I like to use what we can easily understand. In the case of when we are talking of this jam cutoff mark, and you'll be given this 200 cutoff mark. That is not saying for somebody that wants to read medicine must be admitted with 200. And it's not saying somebody, so the only thing is to give the peak. But in most cases, what NAFDAC or national will give it, what will be acceptable across all the country. Now, across the country, with the state now coming up to pick those that are okay for their own area. I think I've... Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanut. We have two more questions from over here, but there is one question that comes from our partners on Zoom. It's from Yemi Olatunji. This is his question. How do you address the issue of registration with 3 organs, Lasepa, Pecan, Ehorcon, vis-a-vis local government officials, harassing operators? I think we have tried this several times, but I don't know if you want to go.
We have said it that Ehorcon with license practices, qualification to practice. That is what the license. That Lasepa accredit operation and chemical handling in the state. There's nobody that will come and do fumigation and just say, what I'm blowing is just here. So before you can do that, it is compulsory that you must be licensed, and Lasepa must license the type of chemical you are using. The local government are to issue work permit. Before you can work in their local government, then you get a permit from that local government to apply in that. I think that is as far as the law for now says.
Thank you very much. I think that's clarified. And there's another question from the Zoom, and I want to emphasize it, what you just said. It's saying that, please, sir, we think Lagos State has power than local government. Why this man is saying we have to see local government before carrying out job when we have certificate of Lasepa? Mr. Taiwo Iromini, let me advise you, before, it's on Zoom anyway, before you do any pest control activity in any local government, you must, it is mandatory by law, to get the local government permit. Without that, whatever you do is based on illegality. And I believe that's our stand too. Before we operate, we approach local government, irrespective of the challenge we have with them, we must approach them and get their work permit. That is the standard stated by the Federal Government Act that established environmental health practices in Nigeria, and which pest management is part of. I think that is clear. Please, if you want to have any comment, step forward. Hello, House. Hello, House. If you have any observation, let's crash it together. Don't let us have side talks. No.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My name is Julie, MDCO, J Clean Services.
Hello, House. Let's have one house, please. We are here for enlightenment and for training.
Okay, just to reiterate what he just said. I'm registered with Lasepa, and I stay in Etiosa local government. So at the time I had the job to do, when I present my certificate to say I'm licensed to do or accredited to do a job with for your organization, they tell me, oh, you need to get local government permits. So which one? You need to get Etiosa local government permits. So when I started my findings, I found out that Etiosa local government is divided into 4. So I went to Etiosa local government 1 or 2, and I was asked to pay 50,000 naira. With rigorous, application and everything. And that only allows me to operate in Lekki phase 1. I can't go to Aja, I can't go to VI, I can't go to Ikoyi. Now I have to register with 4 local governments under Etiosa just to do a job of how much. So I don't know if this is, if you want to help us, you need to help, because we are all SME. Okay. As small businesses and small entrepreneurs.
Thank you. We understand. He has a follow-up question.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shegu Benson. I'm the MD Force Guard, Fumigants Nigeria Limited. Well, I'm glad to be here. The history in the making, having 3 regulatory bodies in one roof, which I think it's a way forward. Ehorcon, Lasepa, and the third body, Pecan. Now, my question is, actually, I was standing here for a while because I was telling him maybe I needed to go back, because part of the question I needed to ask, 1 or 2 people that asked questions before me had asked similar questions. Now, part of what I was trying to understand, not far from what my colleague just left here saying, we have 57 local governments in Lagos. I mean, maybe about 20 local government and 57 LCDAs. Are you telling me, for some of us that have companies that we have customers in all the 57, am I going to, every time I need to work, do I need to register in those 57 local governments? Now, that's a question. You understand? I think that will be cumbersome. People, I mean, these are processes. People will abuse it, 1. Secondly, Now, if we have Lasepa being the umbrella body of the state regulatory for most pest control people, shouldn't Lasepa have some form of synergy with the local government so it becomes an umbrella? So if I register a Lasepa, it covers me in all the 57 local governments. So that's what I need to add and ask him to say something.
Before you make any comment, Dr. Sanut, I know you work for Lasepa, and most of the question is related to local governments where we have these environmental health officers residing, and their president in Lagos State is there. Maybe it is much more appropriate for him to make response to all these questions. Sanitarian Awonuya, you are welcome, sir. But before you make response, let's listen to the question from. We'll not take more than two. More than two, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adewale Tolani of Alakit International Limited. My observation is this, sir. Most of the questions everybody have been asking is centered on the activities of local government. I want to ask, as a regulatory body, are the local government's interference in operators' activity mainly to generate funds or to regulate? That's one. Because for anybody to operate or for anybody to get a Ehorcon certification or license, must have gone through a level of training to be certified. Then for Lasepa to accredit you, you must have gone through a level of questioning or whatsoever. Then when you get to the local government, you have environmental officers in local government who are equally in the employment of state government. Now, the local government, is their intervention just to make funds or money-making venture, or to regulate? If Lasepa is regulated, I see no reason why local government, though it is there in the national handbook, you pay a little amount to the local government for them to license you to practice. But you go to some local governments in Lagos State, they ask you to pay as much as 50,000 naira, which in the national handbook is not so. Can you please shed more light on it?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Humphrey. I am sharing the same concern with everybody here. My own concern is how I wish that there will be a communique after this, so that this can be continued, this can be carried on. Can there be a communique after this section? I will appreciate it. And secondly, my another question is, in some local governments, when you go to register or request for your permit, they will ask you to specify the number of places you have clients. And they will type it on your permit that you cannot work anywhere outside those places. Please, sir, can this be addressed so that if we are getting this permit from the local government, we should have free access to the local government, not to be restricted to work in A, B, C, D with the names written on it. Outside that place, you cannot do anything. Please, let this be addressed.
Thank God, both the national president and the state presidents are around. But let's start with the state chairman of Ehoan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate all those who have spoken. I will say it is good that we are sharing experience. And once knowledge is being shared, we will be good with ourselves. Local government does not make law on pest control. It was a national act. And the national act stipulated there that when you finish with the Ehorcon, if you want to operate in any local government, you should pay a certain fee that is specified. 10,000 naira. Excuse me. Now, the issue is this. You ask a question again that what is the essence of the local government in the practice? You can't come to my local government and start spraying chemicals without the chemical being regulated. Now, hello, now, the importance of this, that should go to the local government to go and obtain operational permit, is for you people to be regulated. Those are the local people in the local government will be able to know the job you have done. If there is any problem within that environment, they will know this is the person that executed the job or carried out the job. That's why the Ehorcon put it inside this law. Now, you said you are working in a local government and you have another client in another local government. Maybe in the 57 local government, you are having a client there. Excuse me, sir. It's a business. Hello, sir. It's a business. Let us take it or you drop it. Now, if you collect 1 million naira from a client in Etiosa, will you tell the local government that I collected 1 million from them? You can't. Wait, hold on. It's a business. But nevertheless, we are partner in progress. If I leave this uniform today, I'm still coming there. I'm still coming to practice. This is my own field. I don't have any other job than this one. Now, there is the Lagos State is not ready to emulate or to send you out of business. We are harmonizing issue presently in the state to ensure that we are not sending you out of business. Lagos State is trying to bring businessmen into their system because among you people, you are feeding 10, 15 people that Lagos State government is supposed to even employ. So you are assisting the state economically, you are assisting us. So that is that. On the issue of, there is a man that raised the issue that what is the role of the local government? I've answered that.
Mr. Sanitarian Awunuga, there is one question that is germane that our audience would like an answer for. I know the Ehoan is a law-abiding organization and they represent the face of Lagos State when it comes to pest control, particularly the local government. And I know that in the law that you quoted there, the amount stipulated to be paid by each operator is how much? Is how much? Come again. 10,000 naira is the mandatory fee to obtain a license permit from any local government in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in which Lagos State is part of. So tell us here, how much are the local governments asking operators to pay when they come to obtaining operational permit?
Thank you very much. When if I want to go into that area, each local government chairman have their own revenue targets. So hold on, listen, so that we can get to where we are going. Please listen. If we don't listen, we can't get to where we are going. Now,
hello, House. Hello, House. Please, we are here to get enlightened. The more we have side talks, we might not get really enlightened. The question you want to ask, I've asked it on your behalf. No, so? So let him clarify. Let's suspend the side talks, please. Let him clarify.
Now, local government varies from local governments. That is why in Lagos State now, Lagos State is divided when it comes to revenue at the local government level. It's divided into 5. We have A+, we have A, we have B, we have C, and we have D. You cannot say somebody is operating as a pest control provider, service provider in Etiosa to pay the same thing with the person operating in Agege or Ojokoro. Wait, hold on. Now, we are in your shoe too. My chairman is an executive chairman. He cannot say, Taiwo Awunuga, my revenue on pest control is 3 million. And I say, objection is 0 naira. I don't know whether you get the logic. Now, the executive chairman has their own target. It is now an issue of political, it's a political issue. That's why I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. So, you say what? Okay, you want to?
Hello? Yes, you see, sincerely, if you people should look at the law, we realize that, just as I've said in some areas, that the peculiarity of Lagos is not taken into it. However, that is not still saying that in each local government you have to pay 100,000 naira. But the law, the EHO at the local government are to monitor compliance from the national to the grassroots. The Lasepa cannot be in every nooks and crannies of the state. So in each of the local government, they are very close to the grassroots. They want to see what you are doing. Where is you have already seen evidence of your qualification to practice, trying to see what you have taken from Lasepa, the limitation of the type of chemicals you can use. They can be there to confirm whether you are using what you are to use as far as the dosage and the type is concerned. But we all know that the cost of operation in Lagos cannot be equated to cost of operation in Kaduna. Are you getting us now? Even transportation, talk less of even office, and now talk of the cost as the revenue is concerned. So if we now want to base it on, say, this is what the law says, 10,000, it has to cut across. We know it will not work. It has not been working in every other professions. However, as an SM, yes, at an SM, I think you can, just as he has said, he is a civil servant. There is this political will that people, the political power that comes on us. You can still make a case, right? The governor had a meeting with man. On Secretary, they used to have breakfast with manufacturers and some other things. Sometimes they complain, make their problem known. And as a result of that, there are some decisions that the executive will make and that will cost down. There was a time people were complaining of multiple inspection and all those things, and they tender it to the Honorable to Mr. Governor, and he made some decision. So I think you can also try to make the political move angle by presenting appropriately. But we should settle our mind from saying it just has to be 10,000 that have been said. So that's my take. Thank you.
In addition to that, thank God the national president is back on the seat. He was invited to a meeting in which he's fighting for you people recently in Lagos State. I was not around, but he will be national president, sir. National president. So, but he was part of the people that went to government that this rate you are paying, they should let them prorate it as they've done to other revenue items in the local government, so that the executive chairmen will not be be demanding more from you people. Maybe if it is 80 or a papa grade A plus this. So we'll be able to speak more on that, on the payment for pest control providers to the local government operational permit.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, national president. Okay. Mass of
Okay. In view of our time, there is another question that comes from Zoom, sir, and I'd like to read it to your hearing. It says that why do local government officials limit their certificate to a particular company that they came to register for instead of the whole local government as a whole? I mean, probably it means that if you get a certificate from the local government, like a, sir, are you with us? Are you with us, sir? Okay.
I'm with you.
I was saying that if they come for certificate or permit, you only put the name of the company that they came to register for, and they cannot work with that permit in any other company in the same local government. Why is it that?
The national president, Pecan, state president Ehoan, fellow practitioners in the field of pest and vector control. Good afternoon once again. Please, good afternoon. Please, good afternoon. Let us be calming down.
Calm down. I mean,
let us calm down so we'll understand each other. All right? In this issue that you are talking about, there is a place of the professionals who are in the service of the government. There is a place also of you who are on the field in freelance practice. There is a place also of the government that regulates and that binds the activities of those serving in the government, whether state, federal, or local. And so they have to act according to the dictates of their employers. Now, the specific one, before I go to it, was the one the state president asked me to clarify as to how much you pay. You cannot pay 10,000 in Jokoro, go and pay 10,000 in VI. Common sense. Don't ask why. It's an issue of common sense. If you are the chairman in Victoria Island and you know if you decide that you are going to take your market, you can do it and you get out of job. And then it makes you to do your job, just pay the token. So you want to pay 10,000 for doing a co-hotel and suites, where you take 2 million per practice, and then you may not know. You may not know. No. You may not know. You cannot work in a co-hotel and take 50,000. Is it possible? So let us not go to the argument that will not make us move forward. The one that I'm talking to you about, like you are a businessman, I am a businessman. And I will not make something that is unreasonable. If you are doing 10,000 with Agege local government, you now want to go to VI, Ikoyi, and Apapa and do 10,000? It's not possible. Put yourself in the shoe of that local government. As much as we are attacking the chairman, I am telling you, we are attacking the chairman now. They have to come to regulation. Because a lot of them look at what will come to their local government, not what you are, beyond what you are going to pay. And when they got on the field, they know how much they are raking in. You were not there. You were sleeping in your house when I was making case for you. And for myself, because eventually we are together. That the chairman should be called to order. You were not there. Some of the letters that went to the governor, he ministered to the commissioner for local government. He called me, called some operatives, and you were not there when we were making case, and they called them to order. But it is quite unreasonable to say, take 10,000 in Agege, go and take 10,000 in VI. I won't make case for such. They be asking why. It's not an answer for you. Then another one, because I know if we say it from today till tomorrow, it is the same why you'll be asking me. And it is unreasonable. I'm not going to go to that. Now, let me answer the one that you just asked me now as to inscription of names on certificates. That might be true, but it is not also true that you cannot work elsewhere. It is not true. It is not true. You know, when I was making my goodwill message, I said, I am giving us the assurance on behalf of the entire Ehoan and the operatives that it is better than ever. It is better than ever. The government mediated into it. Lasepa was there. Minister of Local Government was there. The governor was represented. And these things have been streamlined, just that it has not brought to your notice. It's been streamlined. You were not there. But we're looking at how do we, because we understand the fact that a global economy is driven by private sector. That we understand. And if all monies have to go to government, then the private sector and the economy will die. So it is what you do that makes the world go round. And in doing that, we must make both the policy formulators, the implementers, the enforcement agents to understand that dynamics. And that was why, for you to have your permit and have names on it does not restrict you from doing more and additional clients. What do you have to do? You're a phone call away from the office of the local government, and they update what you have without any additional cover, without any cover in addition. So it is not true that they say you should not go elsewhere. If you have such problem, just make a call.
Sir, can I
Dr. Kemabonta just told you that she calls me regularly.
Sir, can I ask a question? Sorry, yes, sir. Sorry, sir. We hold on, my president. Oh, just hold on. We are here for enlightenment. We all are knowledge. We read the laws and we know what the laws stipulate. The law says that when you want to work in any local government, approach the local government and obtain an operational permit to work in that local government. But why are officials indicating names that can only work in company Alabeke and Co Limited? In that permit, by the law, that permit restricts you to that Alabeke and Co Limited. And by law, the local government are not acting in harmony with the spirit of the law that established the act that says that you must go for permit in the local government. So why are they limiting it to one company and you say that they can work in other company? If you go to another company, they will tell you this thing does not cover you in my company. You can get another one.
Compre.
So why are they?
Compre. I said it does not mean that they will not work in another company. But let me answer you. Please, let us not go the argument. Let us hold the argument. Let us listen. If you want to now have something for clarification, raise your hand. It will not be good for us to have altercation. I wouldn't like it at all. We are civil and I think we are matured. If a question is asked and we answer, if you have anything in that answer, raise your hand. They will, recognize you. You get? No, he was still saying something, okay?
Hello, Wells. These are our brothers. And the main reason why we're here today is to iron out some of these issues so that we're not seen in bad lights. A lot of people see us that we're not talking on their behalf. What you're hearing from our people is a response, is what they are facing in a lot of local governments. You have the rules, but the practitioners in some of these local governments are horrible, and I have personal experiences as well. So let us not say it is not true. Let us say government has started looking into it, just like you said. Government has started looking into these issues. Some decisions, far-reaching decisions have been taken recently. And you most likely would not encounter those kind of issues again. That's why we want you to join Pecan. Pest Control Association of Nigeria has worked over the years and over time with the regulatory bodies. And even with the state government. That's why you can see the state government represented by the permanent secretary. That's why you can see the registrar representing the Minister of Environment. You can see that's the national president of all those local governments, those people that we call Wole Wole. We are the Wole Wole Alasho. These are the Wole Wole on uniform, one way or the other we are together. So I would not agree with him that it is not true, that those things are happening. Those things are happening, but a lot of those issues are being tackled. And that's why we can be in the same forum. Thank you very much.
Please, don't go now, President, don't leave me. So that I will not be torn into pieces here. On a lighter mood. I want to have a baritone voice like this. Maybe it will be making impact. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you understand me and we get to really understand what is on ground, when you get to the field, you have issue with one officer or the other, you don't have a problem than to make a call. But if at this level, permit me to use the word, we are being unrealistic. It won't work because at the cooking, the caterer and the consumer of the food do not agree. So what are you cooking? There's no point. But if you get out of that self, watch it like a third party, you would adjust, you would see this clearly. It is practically impossible. You can have your seat, sir. It is practically impossible for you to pay 10,000 across local government in Lagos State. In fact, it is not possible to pay 10,000 if Gombe is paying 10,000, Kebbi is paying 10,000, Sokoto, no, I'm coming, is paying 10,000. That is why laws are domesticated in each state. And that is why local government, you know that these officers that you are castigating, they were the ones that held down the local government from coming with bylaws that would have put you off. I'm making you to know that today. The local governments have the powers to make the bylaws, but these officials, my own officers, were the one preventing what the local government chairman wanted to do. You may not get it, but now, what I said was not true is that the officers were told that the names written on your permit only is the one that you can operate in. Those ones, the reason why you have the names there, look at how it was. This is a document I brandished to you on that raised platform. It is on this issue you are talking about as concluded with the state government. Your interest has been taken care of. But I'm not going to read it because it has not become a policy statement. It is wrong for me to read this to you. But I will just show to you that there's a point that says the names so inscribed on the permit does not, the charges at the local government and local government shall not be based on the number of jobs or clients serviced by pest control vendors and operators in the local government. Your charges is not more going to be because you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 clients, but it shall be based on the categorization in that local government as to what they have. Are you getting it now? Do you get me, sirs? You don't get it? I said clarification. Let me explain further.
No, the categorization thing is not very clear. And when you say categorization is very ambiguous.
Let me now explain.
And that still gets us.
Let me explain.
No, sorry, sir. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
Okay.
I think you see, people are very concerned here. You've said so many things that has really made people happy. People are very happy to hear the issues about multiplicity in permits in a local government. So at least moving forward, there's a decision now that local governments will not count how many. And now we in Pecan also agree, and that is our position as of today, that it is negotiable. And we believe that 10,000 naira is obsolete. But I can assure you of one thing, that is the law. And I can also assure you that the giver and the taker of breaking the law are both liable. The law today says that not more than 10,000. We can now use our discretion and agree with but when you now say categorization, that is still like you're putting a charge or a fee, and which I don't think the spirit of the law agrees with. We in Pecan agree that we should look at the situation, especially in Lagos, and look at some of these local governments, and we can come to terms. And there has been, Baba Shomoye is here, there was a committee that was set up, he was the chairman. That report of that committee is with the Ehorcon now. Now, that agreement in that committee says that we can look at local governments. For instance, PI. I will not support my brother here that because somebody is doing Sheraton or this thing, you should look at him and charge him.
Oh no, I've never said that.
Okay, so
Baba Chomoye, that thing you did, was it not based on categorization?
It is categorized totally.
It is a very simple thing. What do we mean by categorization? In Lagos State, we have A set, A plus, B, C, and D. So what is ambiguous about it? It is going to make everything easy. The local government chairman will not come in with troubling you. Whether you made them 10 million in local government, it is concerned. You have paid that which he sat to agree with. And that, yes, that is a mutual agreement. There is nobody that goes to war and say, I'm going win-win. It is negotiable to Georgia, you give and take, and then the war goes round. But you want to take all while other people fold their hands. Is it possible? No. So I think, compre.
Thank you very much, my president. We really appreciate you. In fact, House, we're still going to have more of the discussion. I know we are all agitated because of the challenges we face in the public, but I want to rest assure you that Ehorcon, Lasepa, and the local government will sit down after today to forge a way out of these situations. Before the year runs out, I believe there will be a communique that will address all these gray areas that will benefit all of us, and we can equally enjoy our practice. We want to thank all those in attendance. We have spent most of our time today. We can no more take any more questions. We want to bring this seminar to a close. I want to employ all who are in attendance to please pick up your certificate of attendance on your way out. And all of us who are here who are not yet member of Pecan, please, and I beg, please endeavor to register as a Pecan member. And yes, I was told to remind ourselves that we should please come inside. We want to give you the certificates here. So no certificate will be given outside because of COVID protocols. Please, Mr. DeFortune, help me tell the person there to put a stop to that certificate issuance. They should come inside and let's collect it in a more organized fashion so that we will not break any protocol. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the president of Ehoan, Lagos State, has this announcement he wants to give to us. But before then, let us gracefully apply COVID protocols, and no certificate should be given on the counter. Please, let me reemphasize it that no certificate should be given on the counter because of COVID protocols. It will be distributed right inside here. And please listen to this special announcement from the Ehoan president in the person of Dr. Akingben. Please pay attention.
The president in absentia, Dr. Kema, I just want to use this opportunity to invite us. We've been having national scientific workshops and international conferences on environmental health. You stand to benefit a lot from it. This year is going to be the 52nd National Scientific Workshop and the 3rd International Conference on Environmental Health in Nigeria. It is started Asaba 2020. So it's coming up in Asaba from the 17th to 21st of November. You are all cordially invited, and we really, really appreciate you and acknowledge your coming. Thank you very much. You can also still use it as point in your license and registration. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Can everybody sit down now? It is certificate time, and we are rounding up well.
Hello, sorry, we realize that a lot of people are in a hurry. But let me inform you that for the next 2 weeks, there's going to be a dedicated desk just here for you to stop by anytime to pick your certificate. If you're in a hurry and you can't wait now, please, you can go, come back anytime within the next 2 weeks, and you pick all the certificates that have not been signed. We can see that the registrar and the GM Lasepa tried to. So it may not be that all the certificates are ready. I won't deceive you. We've been trying to sign and you don't get, we've signed about maybe 70%, but we've not signed all. And also note that we have more people online and their certificates are going to be sent to them, first of all, in the e-form, in the e-copy. So please don't let us worry. Everybody that attended this program would have his or her certificate. So if you're in a hurry because of these issues about this, please, you can go and come back anytime within 2 weeks. And you can also ask for an e-copy. We'll send e-copy before then, but for the hard copy, you can come anytime in 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we want to invite the immediate past president of Pecan in the person of PCO Hayo Ogunyadeka to help us bring this seminar to a close. We want to listen to words of advice and the concluding prayer from PCO Hayo Ogunyadeka. Baba, please, you are welcome to the.
Up Pecan. Up Pecan. I'm not hearing enough for a volume. Up Pecan. Up Pecan. Health is wealth. My job is very simple here. I want to thank everybody who has participated in this epoch-making history. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our old members. I want to thank our regulators for making it free to say they be present. And they contributed immensely to it, even though there are still some areas from the local government part, which we still have to resolve. But let us just leave it like that for now. I'm sure it will be resolved at the appropriate time. I want to thank all members of Pecan who are present, those members of Pecan, those members that attended this seminar that are not Pecan. I want to encourage them to pick a form before they go to become a member. You have all seen it. You have seen that to be a member of Pecan will only add value to your company. We have all seen that. So please be free enough to take a form before you go. Finally, this type of, Mr. President, I think this type of seminar, we still have to organize something like this, because you will agree with me that we have not exhausted all the technicalities. So I think by this time, or before this time next year, we should still prepare a seminar again. On that note, I want to declare this seminar closed for 2020. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Hold on for closing prayers, please. Mama, please come. give us the closing prayers.
Yes, the closing prayer. You have to do the closing prayer. I say closing prayer, Baba.
As I'm being directed by our former president, the president of Pecan, to lead the closing prayer, shall we pray? Authority in heaven and earth, we thank you. We worship you, we exalt your holy name for this wonderful occasion that we purported in our hearts, and in your infinite mercy, you validated it. Thank you for validating it in a glorious way. Thank you for starting with us. Thank you for this glorious ending. We are grateful and return all the glory and honor to you. Please receive them all in the mighty name of Jesus. As you shall be going to our various destinations, we ask for your journey mercies, those that will be traveling far and near, oh Lord. Let us get there safely and sound in the mighty name of Jesus. We commit, oh Lord, all our businesses, even our regulators, unto your able hands, that you grant us the needed wisdom to do the needful and appropriately in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray that all of us will grow in lift and bound in the name of Jesus. That when next we hear from ourselves, it should be good news in the name of Jesus. We pray for our nation, Nigeria, oh Lord, that there will be no more shedding of blood in the name of Jesus. You keep, oh Lord, every one of us safe and sound in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, for the answer prayer. As we depart now, we go in your name, we go in your mercy, and we go in your power. Thank you because you have done it. Thank you because you will exceed what we have even asked for. Praise our way to in Zion, O Lord, for in Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of Holy Spirit rest and abide with us now and forevermore. Amen. Surely God, goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Thank you so very much, ma. Please, can you, if you know you are not in haste and you can still get your certificate. I know some of you may get haste. This is Pecan Secretariat, our office on the second floor. You can always come to this place anytime of the day to get your certificate. In fact, not only certificate at this time.